the festivities. Some 120 producers will be honored this evening in over 50 different categories. Excitement is at a fever pitch as the nominees, producers, and their guests walk in to take their seats. Have them come on in. Have them come on in. And coming up in just a moment, folks, I believe it is. Okay. Yes, it is. Here, ladies and gentlemen, a surprise from Aurora, Illinois Cable Access. It's those party animals here to kick off our Blue Chip Access Awards celebration. The hosts for Wayne's World, Wayne Campbell and Garth Elgar.
How you doing? Welcome to the show. Hi. How you doing? Hi. Party on. How you doing? Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Hi there. Nice to see you. How are you? Nice to have you on the show. How are you? How are you? All right. All right, Wayne's World, excellent. Party on, Wayne's World, excellent. All right. Woo. All right. Okay, excellent. Welcome to Wayne's World. I'm your excellent host, Wayne Campbell, and this is my excellent co-host, Garth Algar. Party on, Garth.
Party on, Wayne.
All right. Hey, Garth, did you see those cool baby dinosaurs out in the museum center?
So real, so lifelike. I mean, I feel like Bill and Ted were on some excellent adventure.
Yeah, right. Garth, are you going mental on me? They're just made of foam, rubber, hydraulics, and gears.
No, they're really lifelike. I mean, whoa. Hold down. No, I mean, their eyes move and their mouths move. There's no way. They're fake. They can't be, fake. They're real. No way they're fake. No way.
Way?
No way.
Way? Garth, get a grip, huh? I'll tell you what, let's go to the top 10 reasons why access programming is so excellent here in the greater Cincinnati area.
Okay, cool.
All right, let's go. Okay. Let's do it. Access is great, Cincinnati top 10, Letterman rip-off, Northern Kentucky Access TV, excellent, top 10, Access is great, excellent, all right. And now, the top 10 reasons why access is great in the Cincinnati area. Number 10, no Thigh Master commercials.
Okay. Number 9, churches.
Yeah, all right. Number 8, blue site, 2 chairs, fake plants, enough said. Yeah.
Okay, number 7, term limitation proven to be a direct response to government access channel.
Sure, right, all right. Number 6, access centers are the only place where gays, pastors, rock and roll bands, and artists can all agree on one thing: not enough edit time.
Cool. Okay. Number 5, increased use of duct tape provides endless new jobs for the economy.
All right. Number 4, the access centers and their staffs work overtime to assist the producers in their productions with plenty of top-notch equipment, all in perfectly good working order, and playback time on any channel whenever they want, and available to every cable subscriber. Not. Number 3, they can't cancel our program. We're on public access.
Cool.
All right.
Number 2, we're not just naked people and Nazis anymore.
Yeah, all right. And the number 1 reason why access is excellent in the greater Cincinnati area is
the
1993 Blue Chip Cable Access Awards. All right. Hey, have a good time.
Live from the Union Terminal and Museum Center, it's the 1993 Blue Chip Cable Access Awards. Tonight's event is presented by All Volunteer Cable One of Northern Kentucky, Cincinnati Community Video, City Cable, the Intercommunity Cable Regulatory Commission, the Canton Office of Cable Communications, Northern Cable, Northern Kentucky University, Pace Telecommunications, TKR Cable of Northern Kentucky, and Waycross Community Television, with production assistance provided by Warner Cable, TQ Communications, and the Museum Center at Union Terminal. Good evening, I'm your announcer, Mark Watkins. Our host for tonight's ceremonies began her career in 1967 as Public Affairs Director for KCOL Radio in Fort Collins, Colorado. She began her television career in 1978 as news anchor for WTLV TV in Jacksonville, Florida, later joining KENS TV in San Antonio as an investigative and courthouse reporter. She joined Turner Broadcasting's Headline News in 1983. Currently the primetime weekday evening anchor on CNN Headline News, it is with great pleasure that I present our host for this evening's celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, Lynn Russell.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight really is a celebration. It's a celebration of cable companies, access centers, and especially you, the producers of access programming. The Turner Broadcasting, like yourselves, is reinventing the nature of TV every day. Much of it is intentional. There is, of course, entertainment like Wayne's World and many others, but producers know that access is a lot more than Wayne and Garth. You're creating a unique form of television programming by the community and for the community. In the greater Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky area, over 150 hours of original programming is generated every week on your community access channels, and that's more than 4 national networks combined. So tonight we celebrate your ability to produce access television. Your community has seen public forums, town meetings, educational programs, civic and cultural events, and much, much more through your efforts. Your ability to communicate using television and your access to the medium through community access channels goes stronger every time you pick up a camera or turn on the old edit bay. You are community television, and that's why the access centers honor you every year. So tonight really is a celebration. Sit back and relax and have fun with the people who do what you do. Award-winning community programming. As Wayne and Garth would say, let's party. Our first presenter, Nigel Burgoyne, has been artistic director of the Cincinnati Ballet since March of 1992. And his original choreography has been featured this season in new full-length productions of Swan Lake and Romeo and Juliet. He also upgraded the company's outreach program for schools, with heavy emphasis on educating the public on ballet and making ballet appeal to a much wider audience. I have to tell you, it appealed to this girl. For 12 years I was going to plie and grand jeté my way through life, and then all of a sudden I found out that on point I was 6'1". There weren't a lot of guys standing in line. Joining Nigel is video artist Diane Terramana. She's received 3 individual arts fellowships. She's had 4 one-woman shows, including the 1989 Athens International Film and Video Festival. She's also won awards locally, regionally, and nationally for her productions, including 7 previous Blue Chip Awards. In a wry summation of her life, she affirms, My work is the most and the least significant thing about me. Ladies and gentlemen, to present the awards in the video art and graphics, video to music, and arts and cultural categories, Nigel Burgoyne and Diane Terramana.
Thank you. Video communicates on many diverse levels. Combining video and art creates a new medium limited only by the artist's imagination.
The Blue Chip Award for non-professional video art and graphics go to Mark Bailey and Roger Eikenberry for The Marriage of Jeff and Kelly.
Thanks to CCV for all the time. I'm Mark Bailey. This is my lover, Roger Eikenberry, and Jeff and Kelly of the video fame. And we had a great time putting it together. And I swear the public access really is the best deal in town. Keep it up.
These are the real stars.
The Blue Chip Professional Award for Video Art and Graphics goes to Dan Williams for Cyber Cinema.
First off, I'd like to thank the awards committee because I personally know all the hard work that they go through to get something like this going. And also, I'd just like to say that computers...
Oh, look at how tiny Sunday is again.
I wanted to hear about the computers.
I know, the special effects and everything. They're the best, if you haven't noticed. They're the best. They're the best special effects. Better than mine, apparently. Look at how awful this shit is. This is what happens when you don't show up, and I fucking have to reset everything to fit me on
colonize
screen.
the entire show and bring us over 1,000 subscribers just to spite me?
To save your life. To save your life, my friend.
Pretty sure you just made me disposable, but okay. In case you haven't noticed,
we've been getting memberships.
What's this?
Go for it. Go.
We are now monetized. Was there a notification that I can't hear again? Is that happening again? Is that now a thing?
They've been popping up.
Have they really?
Yes.
All right. Well,
they're not making a super loud noise or anything, and they're also not like doing the TTS talking thing because membership joiners is a little different than super chats. I can switch it up.
We'll set that up. We'll set that up tonight. That should make a noise though. But
it should make a noise. I agree with that.
It should make some kind of noise.
Why is it not is going to be my question. It's not like I said it. Oh. I mean, I heard that one. Super Chatter sending us Swedish krona 20. Yes, Runde, they spited you. There you go.
I can ban you all. I can ban every last one of you who has the call.
No, the only reason you're alive.
Yeah, shut up, Brooks. Nobody wants to hear you. Look, you go ahead. You go ahead, okay? You go ahead, write the meanest thing you can think of in a super chat, and I'll ban you immediately. You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking?
He's not joking. He's not joking.
I'm not joking.
But it's going to be fun getting super chats that are mean. I mean, it's it's part of the gig. Right?
Although when you are banned, by the way, I will accept appeals through super chats to my other channel. When that is also.
Oh God, you're going to be. I mean, that's like a Trumpian move, banning people here so you can make money on your own channel.
That's exactly what it is. I've been studying everything.
This is the way it works now. Insomniac, meanest things I can think of.
That was terrible, and should be ashamed of yourself. Rizzler, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships that will not be recognized by the computer because Brooks considers member donations to be second class.
They've been popping up. Why aren't they popping up now? They were popping up earlier.
Are you in Stream Elements currently?
I am.
Okay. See if go in and make sure it's ticked because I've accidentally unticked things before.
It's ticked. Membership gift. One sec.
Okay.
Did that work? No. Did that show up? I didn't see it. Oh, there it is. Somebody gifted so-and-so membership. Yeah, they're showing up. Oh, Lord. See, they're there. They're just...
they're there, yeah.
And they're making noise. Look, we're going to go through it. So the short version is, yes, we are monetized.
The long version is my original channel was demonetized, but it's okay because now I split 50% of my earnings with Brooks. Really, though, he splits 50% of his earnings with me. So,
and given that I'm doing 80% of the lifting, Sunday's making out like a bandit. The quick shout outs, because we didn't get to do those during the intro as people started to figure out, because Insomniac was actually our first member, just to mention. So, as a thing, and sent a bunch of gifts. So did Power Surg, followed by C-Slick. So thank all of you for sending those and continuing.
Yes. None of you are immune to bans, by the way, if you misbehave. So you may also be our first sacrifices. But thank you.
Now it's doing a weird image for super chats.
It must be a default image.
I'm fascinated by this.
That is fascinating. This is fascinating.
No, because
Wig,
it's like I'm looking right now at.
Shh. The people are giving us money. Wig, thank you for the incredibly generous 50 gifted memberships. Thanks so much. And Trick the Third, thank you for joining.
I like the little mini...
Little ding.
See, look, now it's back to the...
I
don't know how anything works.
Here, let me pop in. I bet I know what's going on. We can fix this. So, when I look at my alert box here,
TTS settings.
Okay.
It disabled. Fun. I've re-enabled it.
I told you it was a frickin' box you ticked. And you set the images for members separately as well. So if you go into member alert,
I know I did that one today.
Oh, you did that already? Okay. Well, there you go. Look at you, Mr. Overachiever. You can change the
tip should be
sound
fine.
as well.
And we should be set to go.
Okay.
I'm just bad at this, which no one's surprised about, I don't think.
What are we covering today, Brooks?
Well,
we have options. This is the fun day.
It is. I think we continue. It's where we were at, and it's where I think we will continue to be at. It's worth talking a little bit more about the economy, because there is a hilarity and absurdity around what's happening that I think there's not a lot of discussion over what's really happening in the economy. There's a lot of lack of analysis. It's, everyone's reacting to this, but they're talking about the market as if it's a very big, giant, broad thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's a little bit different than that setup. 2 seconds. Let me move us back down because I think I grabbed the wrong 2 seconds.
No worries. Well, on that sort of on that note, while you're sorting that out,
yeah,
I'm not insecure. I can handle being smaller. I think one of the things that is kind of interesting about this is how, at a very popular level, the understanding of what the economy is being recontextualized, not necessarily in an accurate way, but the sensitivity to individual decisions is now being felt at a very public level in a way that I don't think has before. It has never.
There's a couple things in there that I think are the biggest thing that I think is worth talking about first is it's upfront. the collapse hasn't stopped, even though there's a ton of money that seems to be pouring into Dow, that NASDAQ, and other things.
Yeah.
Normally what you see, and this is why we're in a really weird place and why I think we're in almost unprecedented times. The markets seem to be stabilizing, if not growing, every single day. After hours trading is always negative somehow. And yet at the same time, our treasury yields are continuing to go up, which is bad, by the way, significantly. Treasury yields go up basically as they're in demand. It means people are actually pulling a lot of money out or selling bonds and fucking with everything. So these numbers, again, bad or good, kind of doesn't matter. These are all contextual. But I think the thing that has become very interesting for me is that this number, we're now at 10-year is up 21 points. The 30-year is up 28 points. We're about to hit 5% on a 30-year. I think we may actually see 5%, which would be catastrophic to see these kinds of numbers raise up. Now, why are we doing this? There's a thing that's happening. I'm going to try to find. I had an article earlier on it where people are.
Well, I think the short version is people are moving all of their money to other economies because this is a bomb.
Well,
right?
So this is what I think the conversation is ultimately about. Because when we talk about, one sec, I had the article open elsewhere. 2 seconds.
No worries.
Because I've been reading about J.P. Morgan came out with a note that the stock market as it is today is actually not what it was even in 2008. Something that's happened over the last 15 years is retail trading has become extremely prevalent. And when we talk about retail trading, what we mean is more or less everyday people, not institutions. So when we talk about institutions in this space, one second, I'm trying to find something that I can put up that's
not paywalled.
Yeah, that's not paywalled. This is kind of a nightmare right now.
We prepared heavily for this stream, as you can tell.
I had a whole bunch of personal stuff to take care of this morning, and sadly, I didn't get to put all of the links that I usually do in order here. Institutions are running for the hills. Japan and China are both selling off all of their treasury bonds like mad. Yet the market seems to be doing okay. The Dow is up 1.5% today, hitting 40K again, which I don't think a lot of people expected it to do after the last little bit. NASDAQ and SPY are up 2%-ish. We're not going to be super exact because it doesn't kind of matter. NVIDIA and everything else is, people are buying stocks. But who's buying? JP Morgan put out a note saying that they've seen in the neighborhood of $150 billion from retail investors this time around, that the rate of who's buying is different. The market normally, institutional investors tend to move in gigantic sea change, large form sort of swaths. They will generally follow others. They kind of, because they all kind of have an idea of what the market's doing. When these tariffs on China are happening, and they are going to implode trade in a massive way. And as those tariffs happen, everyone is very aware, who knows about these things, that China will begin selling off bonds, which will devalue the dollar, which they're doing right now. Japan started it. The dollar's value is creating all these things lead to, holy shit, we're going to hit a recession, drop. However, over the last 15 years, retail traders, everyday assholes on E-Trade or Ameritrade or Robinhood, have sort of learned to buy the dip, is the phrase, which means that as a stock hits what's supposedly bottom, if everyone buys at the dip, you see this lift and people make money off of that, and then they can sell it. So there's this reward mechanism that's been in place for some time that has allowed little purchases over and over. But there is what seems to be, and this is like the thread that people are kind of chasing now, is that the large-scale institutions don't have the same weight that they once did. There's so much more retail investors, individual buyers, who are buying stocks as they're down to try to build out their portfolio or make a couple bucks here and there. And the amount of money that they're putting in is significantly more, that we're starting to actually see the market propped up by retail investors and pension funds. and that all the big guys are actually getting the fuck out or will be getting the fuck out, and we're going to continue to see losses. This is kind of the assumption at this point. Again, I'm trying to find the very particular post about this and the article that JP Morgan put out.
Just add everyone in the server and they'll find it for you. They always do.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. Someone can send it to me.
Put the minions on it.
They'll know it's around. Yeah. Because once we start talking about like how this has happened, and thank you, Sure Shot, for this. This is part of the setup. The world's wealthiest people added $304 billion to their combined net worth Wednesday, the largest one-day gain in the history of the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. We're seeing a wealth transfer that is like nothing has ever existed in the history of the world. Not like America, not like
no,
like genuinely, no one has seen anything like this ever. Like I don't know how else to talk about this.
If this was in three-body problem, you would call this a chaotic era.
Here's the article. Goddamn, finally. CNBC. There's just been so much news today that we're just not seeing the conversation the same way. Retail investors are running headfirst in this topsy-turvy market. Stocks have been on a wild ride. In the four-session stretch ending Tuesday, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped more than 4,500 points. The S&P has lost 12. Retail investors have swooped in to snap up stocks at depressed values, pointing to a buying opportunity as major averages slid. This is actually horrifying because, again, retail investors are not the billionaires. Billionaires are not retail investors. I don't know how to phrase this like more in a way that should be scaring the shit out of every single person involved. But these are average, everyday people that are doing their thing. And they're putting the money into it. And the way they're talking about it, this article goes over, and it's heartbreaking. Rachel Hazim knew exactly what to do. Philadelphia-based marketer used cash she had on the sidelines to buy equities like Vanguard's S&P 500 ETF and the Invesco NASDAQ ETF last week. After learning about investing last year, the 33-year-old felt like she was seeing her first big drop in the market as someone with skin in the game. I see this time now as an opportunity, Hazim said in an interview with CNBC this week. When the market declined last week, she remembers thinking, this is on sale. Hazim's investments are part of a flood of money totaling billions from everyday investors who have entered the stock market in recent days. These retail traders appear to be following the conventional market wisdom of buying the dip, which refers to a strategy of purchasing stocks when they decline because they're considered discounted. That's a very particular meaning as a thing that I'm not sure I can agree with. The broad and steep tariffs sent the stock market reeling as investors feared that taxes on imports would hamstring consumers, which is, again, not a shock as a thing. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Institutional investors ran for the hills during last week, causing the S&P 500 to briefly dip into a bear market territory, which refers to a 20% drop from recent highs. But data from market insights from firm Vanda Research, a trusted authority on retail investor trends, showed mom-and-pop traders like Hazim doing the opposite. What marks an equity drawdown? It's usually retail capitulation as the final shoe to drop, said Marco Iancini, vice president of research. We're clearly not seeing that. So the net inflows from retail traders each day, you're talking about billions upon billions of dollars that is moving from the average everyday person into this and into the stock market. And this is very bad. On April 3rd, when the S&P cratered nearly 5% in the wake of Trump's initial announcement, self-directed retail investors pushed more than $3 billion into U.S. stocks on balance. That's the largest daily net haul on record per Vanda data going back to 2014.
Very quickly, we didn't thank these people. Kitty Whiskers, thank you for the $9.99. Shake, thank you for the membership. And Insomniar, thank you for the incredibly generous 10 gifted memberships. Thanks so much. Sorry about that.
No, it's a thing. Thank all of you very much. I'm very focused on this right now because I find this horrifying.
Well, I mean, here's a you know what I found really spooky. As a consequence of Trump essentially engaging in mass, I don't think we talked about this last time, grand scale insider trading of a proportion we've never seen before outside of South Park when Obama took over the White House to pull a diamond heist.
Yes. It is that level, and it is actually fucking insane.
But here's where it gets terrifying. people didn't take from that, oh, this is a self-interested lunatic who has no concern whatsoever for anyone this affects. What they took from it was, oh, don't worry, guys. He knows what he's doing. He predicted the outcomes.
Yeah.
Which is fucking terrifying, because now people are like, oh, they're doing this. This is what they're doing. This is what he said on his Truth Social account. Great time to buy, guys. It's like, oh my God.
Great time to buy. And as a note, one of the things that bothered me about that, and I kept mentioning, like, why is he signing his initials to that? He's not. DJT is the stock ticker for his company. So it actually is,
that's worse,
literal market manipulation in a way that's traditionally, and again, laws don't matter as a thing. And they really don't. And again, we've been in anarchy now. I think
laws don't matter, but the expectation that people will act like there are laws does.
Yeah. Because the reality is, we have and have had, I've had to go through training for this. If you ever become an executive of a public traded company, you have to go through a significant amount of training on the rules internationally. There's a lot of shit around this. The way that it works when you are a public company is you cannot share information or say certain things publicly without sign off from multiple people. And Elon Musk has been doing this, and we're aware. We know he's been actively doing this illegal thing for some time as he makes statements that are not vetted, that are not accurate, that are just there to pump up Tesla stock. This exact thing that Trump did by having this thing is straight up illegal, because the idea is that people should always have 100% equal information, that there should not be a such thing as insider information, that if you are a public company that is publicly traded, that is afforded all of the realities and protections that come with that, there's a higher threshold of rules for that. But what they want is they enjoy all of the higher threshold of rules that help them, but they are now throwing out.
You know
what
they've also done? They've also used immigration to test the strength of the courts, which will be able to do nothing, because they've proven that they will do nothing when this administration just blatantly
they're
just
proving they don't give a shit. Yeah, laws don't matter anymore in this country.
Nope.
Again, we are in anarchy. This is what anarchy is. That's where we are.
Yeah, but this is the lame kind of. This isn't anarchism. This is anarchy. This is just where you have big power bodies and nothing normalizing the relations, and that's it. And at this point, like, because of that intrinsic, this is, by the way, one of the reasons why the realist school of international relations is really dumb. That divide between the attitudes of insulated people with levers they don't know what they do at the center, at the control of all these giant organs, and the actual quote-unquote interests of these big countries that actually don't really exist and don't actually have any collective coherence such that they have interests. They can do whatever because their lifespans are short and they're rich enough to flee.
Yeah.
They'll still be rich if they have to run out of the country if things get really bad. Unless you're Gaddafi. But that's, yeah.
Well, and again, when we start talking about, to go back, because this is the thing, we had this massive cratering of the S&P 500. And I don't think people, especially retail traders, seem to understand like why you don't buy during this. And they were. Retail investors pushed more than $3 billion into U.S. stocks on balance. It's the largest net haul on record. But the thing was, that wasn't the bottom. All of that money was getting pulled out by other people, institutional, generally, selling. Yeah. So that 5%, that $3 billion just went to a rich person. Like, it just went over. That's what it did. When you buy stocks that are on the way down, you're buying the thing and giving that money to the person who's selling it. Rich people. And it continued to go down. And again, the following 3 days in total, retail traders sent almost $9 billion in net inflows to the U.S. stock market between Thursday and Tuesday per Vanda. And that's just what they're able to track in that setup. These purchases took place during an especially rocky stretch for the market. In the period between the 2nd and 8th, they lost more than 4,500 points. The S&P tumbled 12%. JP Morgan found retail traders brought in around 11 billion in equities around for the past week ending Wednesday. It's 2.5 times higher than the average seen over the past year. And this is where you start talking about the wealth transfer and how it works. Like, this is that thing. The institutions are selling. The people who are left holding the bag are retail traders who are stupid enough to buy it because they think it's their chance to make money by doing nothing. If I buy this, it's a gamble. I'm going to bet everything on the red 3 and then spin the roulette wheel. And they're hoping they come out because that's what other people do. And I don't fault them for it, but this is the mentality. And on the other side, we also have what I think terrifies me more, which is pension funds. Pension funds are like one of the primary things that are actually keeping the stock market like alive right now. And it's almost lucky that the retail traders came in, because their loss, them offsetting these losses, is the only thing keeping pension funds from basically liquidating and causing a horrifying death spiral. So all of these people who put in money who got completely fucked, and they did get completely fucked, are the only reason that we didn't get super fucked. And the wealthy made out like bandits. The wealthy made out like bandits. I don't even know how to like mentally even handle this.
How many months are we in?
55 days, 56 days. Like, and again, when I talk about pension funds, and it's important to understand this, just California's main big pension funds lost billions in the stock market sell-off. The investment chief, come on, fuck you. The investment chief who's responsible for the retirement plans of 1 million California educators, this is the teachers' pension fund, saw foreboding signs when he spoke to the state's teachers' pension board last month. Let me see if I can center this a bit better. Sorry. It's a little off. There. Scott Chan pointed to the tort of executive orders and policy changes coming out of the new Trump administration, noted they caused a tremendous amount of uncertainty in the marketplace. He warned of a recession, a potential drop in stock market of 20% or more. I would say the risks are unprecedented. They are world-changing, said Chan, chief investment officer at the California State Teachers Retirement System. This is what pension funds are. Pension funds are gigantic piles of money that they invest with their rules. You're generally not allowed to go to the racetrack with a pension fund as a thing. But you do get to invest them and move them around, and the goal is to keep them growing because they have returns they are legally required to keep up with. They have to maintain 10 years of payouts or 5 years. They all have their own sort of stipulations. And if investments drop below that number, they have to begin selling and moving those investments to less risky things like bonds, death spiral example. So the tariffs and markets plunge represents a new challenge for California's underfunded pension plans, including Chan's Cal STRS and the larger California Public Employees Retirement System. Combined, the two funds with headquarters on opposite banks of the Sacramento River hold more than $800 billion in assets and serve millions of beneficiaries. Like the amount of money that is in just California. And again, every state will have these, and there's multiples of these in every single state. Every country, most of countries in the world have it. This is one of those things that South Korea has. This is what they want. This is what they want Social Security to turn into, is a pension fund that is investable in the stock market. This is what they're trying to do. And this is, by the way, a big reason not to do that as a thing. CalPERS lost about $15 billion on Thursday and Friday. That's just one. The first 2 days after Trump's announcement, it held $516 billion on Monday morning. CalSTRS releases updates on its portfolio monthly, likely recorded losses on a similar scale to CalPERS. California's reteachered cops, firefighters, and other civil servants can count their checks to keep coming. They're doing okay, but they've lost billions because they're still in this market. Like, that's who's left. These investment firms are pulling out, but we're not seeing the collapse. And everyone's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, because all the signals are there, all the signs are there, and multiple major firms have talked about how they're pulling, and they have been pulling. They have been selling assets, but somehow the stock market hasn't completely tanked. And it's because of retail traders and just staying on the other side of things for these pension funds.
How long until we start seeing the consequences of this, do you think?
We don't, like, literally we're in insane human territory.
If you had to guess.
There is
what's the creeping feeling in the back of your head tell you?
Here's the thing. I don't have it anymore. The reality is everyone is so broken on what exactly these fucking tariffs mean. China's re-upped theirs to 125%, which means we're going to be hitting 175 or 200%. And honestly, at this point, we should just do trade embargoes. Like, I mean, once you hit 200, 300%, you should just have trade embargoes because it's just going to keep going and you just need to kind of stop it. And at that point, like, what the fuck are you going to do? China put out a notice that for them, all tariffs, because they're doing semiconductors we may have a break for that or whatever. That's a whole other thing to talk about. But China is 100%, they're tariffing everything. They released a notice that semiconductors are tariffed based on the manufacturing point of the wafer. Yeah, you're ready for nerd shit. This specifically is because wafers are made in a handful of places, America, and they're sent elsewhere to have the rest of the work done.
Money. To use a programming metaphor, retail investors see the market on a Python level, while institutional investors see things on an assembly level.
That's actually not a terrible way to put it.
Thank you very much.
Institutional investors are very, and again, they're also stupid and broken in their own way. Like, flatly they are. But the hype cycle that has kept Tesla afloat has been retail investors. We know this. And those people are basically impervious to market forces. And so we don't know how they'll turn at any point. So this is actually, like, even more scary. But to get back to it, Intel, let's just say Intel, for example, like 80% of its wafers are made in America. And then they push them elsewhere. And then that having a 125% tariff on all of Intel is going to be destroyed. 30% of their shit ends up in China. So you're talking about, like, a huge chunk of that company is just going to be completely broken. But let's check. Let's see how Intel stock is doing today. Let me check. It's only down 0.7%. Like, and they're not off for a while. Like this, they're not like, you know,
over the past 3 days, they're up 3.13%.
Yeah, they didn't like collapse, right? Here's let's do 1 month. Yeah, they're only down 25 to 19. They're only down 20%. For considering that 30% of all of their stock is probably going to be destroyed and their business is going to be eliminated. And that's only assuming that it's only that much. Like, again, this makes sense getting down to this. And then you have this crazy buys. This is what people are doing. These people are buying the dip, and you have these weird lifts that are just not enough to make people terrified. Right? Like, this is how fucking weird this is. It makes no sense.
Those little lifts too, people remember those. They hold on to those like, oh God, it's so terrifying. I remember actually a couple of days ago, right after we streamed, actually no, a couple of days ago right after you streamed, I had people in comments, or I saw people I think in our comments too. I can't actually recall if they were in my comments or our comments. Saying like, oh, guess you were wrong. Look, they're going back up. It's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's part of the plan.
No, and we'll see that. And again, one, this ain't financial advice, first off. That ain't the thing. But if you think that this isn't going to completely dismantle multiple sectors of our economy, the stock market up or down, people are genuinely confused. Because here's the thing you don't see. Ready? Right along the top here, you can see it. The S&P is up 2%, Dow 1.5, NASDAQ 2, gold 2.5. This doesn't happen. All boats are rising is not a thing that really exists inside of this type of economy. Gold is the safe bet. Gold is what you put your money into when everything else is collapsing. Gold, and you can always go back. It's the lesson of the world. If there are advertisements that you're going to make money doing, let's say, as a thing, you're going to make money selling gold. We will buy your gold. Then that means that it's profitable for people to buy gold. So you should be buying gold, not selling it. If there are ads for you to buy gold, it means that actually now it's profitable to sell gold, because that's where the profit is, wherever advertisements are pushing you. You can always look at it this way. Right now, gold is about purchasing. People want to buy it as much as possible. China has been selling off their bonds and buying an incredibly large amount of gold and then turning that gold into other currencies, which is a problem for us. I don't want to necessarily get into, but they're not alone. Gold going up and up, you usually don't see that with other stocks. Like, everything's going up. Everything's going up, except for the value of the dollar.
What if the value of the dollar is falling?
And it is falling. But gold is going up, but so is the stock market. And again, you're welcome to it. Like, this is how fucking insane it is, because you have institutional investors, and you'll hear them, and they're mostly boring old men, some younger guys, but you'll hear them talking about the thing to look out for over this weekend is the bond market. Please keep an eye on the bond market. That's all that matters, because if it continues to go up, we're in a lot of trouble, because they look back and they see these indicators. But they are just indicators, because retail traders, like average shitheads on Wall Street bets or whatever, for them, they're looking to see if the U.S. trade deal is announced. They're listening to Trump saying, we're going to get, no matter what, we're going to get Xi Jinping in a room. We're going to have a conversation, despite China saying, no, you won't. So these things are incommensurate. They don't work together. They're only in, really, you're seeing blue chip stocks. Dow 30, the Dow is not a big giant stock market. Dow is 30 companies. That's it. It's not like all of the companies. It's blue chips. It's the people who are most notable. Those companies are being lifted. Others are collapsing, and they're collapsing a lot. And so what is going to happen and how this is going to go is genuinely outside of even, I would say, what we normally would call rational sort of economic conversations. Does that make sense? I'm trying to find a way to describe this.
No, it makes sense. And this should really concern you, because right now you have a president that is openly talking about wanting to annex various countries that they're not in hostilities with. And what you're going to find is, as things start to develop, problems in a terrain where rationality is gone are going to be solved irrationally.
Yeah. It's going to have
like
to.
it's one of those, it's one of those things where it's like the stuff you wouldn't expect is possible in an extreme way. And it's worth considering that people at the beginning of the 20th century thought we had seen the end of war. Like, think about that. They thought they wrote books about it. They thought it was over. In developed countries,
there's a lot of this that's pushing it on. It's pushing it on the poor. Yeah. It's pushing it on the retail investors, and you can see it and how absolutely irrational retail investors are. Because again, for them, it is about that long-term bet. It is not about any fundamentals. It's not about anything meaningful. It is about the bet. And Tesla's the king of this, and it has been for a long time. Tesla, as a car company, I think it at one point had a market cap that was all the other car companies. Like, it's just insane. And yet it sells like shitty cars that doesn't have a lot of sales, and they keep missing their numbers, and also their cars are catching on fire, and also the CEO is a piece of shit that people hate, and electric vehicles are being tossed out across the board, and China's doing it. Like, everything is negative for Tesla.
And Cybertrucks just look so stupid.
They are the worst. But Tesla booked its second best day gain ever. But analysts are cutting price targets, and they're saying the stock isn't worth nearly what it could be. Like, this is where you start having this fucking broken, weird nightmare that we live in. Like, and again, Insider Monkey writes, Tesla makes benchmark best ideas list. Dip buyers, start your engines. These are the people doing this.
You know who else is doing this? If you want a little bit of levity here, all those conservatives that were super excited about Trump getting into office, they could fix the birth rates.
Say what?
All the conservatives that were excited for Trump to get into office so they can fix the declining birth rates. It's amazing. It's great.
It's
we were reaching the end of the average person even having a hope in hell of being able to support a family. It's great. It's hilarious.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. By the way, thank you to whoever donated me a membership. I just got a notification in my email.
Welcome, Sunday. To explain our membership tiers, because I'm a dork when it comes to naming things, and Sunday's always frustrated with me. So
I actually this is the one decision you've made so far that I like. Actually, that I've had no objections to.
I'm glad you appreciate it. If you don't know, the origami crane is actually called a orizuru, and it's one of the things that when you do origami, it's one of those that you do a lot and people practice, and how you practice. When you get very good at it at some point, you might be able to do what's called a rinzaru, which is actually from a single piece of paper folding mini cranes. If you've never seen one, they're beautiful. So it's a large group. That's why the second tier. And then the zinbazaru is the person who's actually folded 1,000 cranes, which is considered to make you a master of it. So that's the naming of our groups, just to be cool.
We're also going to start forcing me to apparently fold a crane every single stream, because I hate myself, apparently. So after 1,000 streams, I will be a... what was that, Brooks? A Sinbatsuru.
Sinbazuru.
I will be a Sinbazuru. I'll be President Sinbazuru, in fact.
President Sinbazuru, even. I mean, that's the idea, at least. That's the thing.
If look, you read my super chat. No, did we miss a super chat? Hang on, 1 sec.
No, you're the meanie, not them. I can't speak meaningful Swedish because I spent, I think, probably a total of 50 to 60 days in Stockholm. I spent Christmas there 2 years in a row, which was really fun. But everyone who runs into you is so excited to practice their English that you never get to hear anything. And the only time you ever do is when they're yelling at each other. And Swedish yelling, all I can think, I can't learn it because it sounds like...
That's clearly Orcish.
You are in
Ilaking Sunde Interjag. There you go.
No, you've got to say, honest to God, you've got to say it like the Swedish chef, and it's not even offensive when I say that. It is. It's not far from that. It is not far from that. So you only hear them when they're yelling at each other in a high-pitched voice, which is hilarious in northern Sweden. Not southern Sweden, different thing. But it's that or it's English all the time. And you learn to say talk. It's like it. You fucking get nothing. You learn nothing from these people.
Apparently I deafened people, which was, of course, my intent. I make no mistakes.
So I got to learn how to swear and say weirdly racist things. Fucking, it was a weird...
This isn't fun. None of this is fun.
This isn't supposed to be fun.
Yeah, it is.
I know Fridays is fun. I know. But it's we're ending the week, and this is the thing that's happening.
We're ending everything, Brooks. That's not fun.
This is what's happening now, though. And this is everyone is having these conversations, and this is what is happening. And I think the best thing we can do is, before we get into other hilarious, stupid shit, or talking about how silly it is that our education secretary believes that everyone should use an A1 in their education, the steak sauce of everything. That going into the weekend, the awareness of what's happening and an ability to even have a minor conversation around it, I think, is really important.
Wait. Oh my God. That's real?
Yeah.
She calls AI A1.
Oh no, dude, I spoiled it.
Oh, that's so
You
good.
spoiled it. Because it's fucking great.
I heard.
There we go. We'll pop it in. I think. Let's enjoy. Shall we?
Yes.
Shall we enjoy? Vince McMahon's wife. Who's this person? Who I've seen get body slammed by John Cena, I believe. This is who's in charge of our education. She's clearly brilliant. And steak sauce is a big part of a child's education.
I heard, I think it was a letter or a report that I heard this morning. I wish I could remember the source, but that there is a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching, every year starting, that far down in the grades. And that's a wonderful thing. Kids are sponges. They just absorb everything. And so it wasn't all that long ago that we're going to.
As we finish this, I want you to focus specifically on the woman behind her who's talking to her and her face, because she's being asked about education stuff, and this woman is horrified. It's just her face is great.
We're going to have internet in our schools. Woo! Now, okay, let's see A1 and how can that be helpful? How can it be helpful in one-on-one instruction? How can it be helpful in absorbing, more information for those fast learners? It can be more one-on-one directed. And those are the kinds of things and innovations that I want to see continue to develop.
I like her face a lot.
Those are the glass. God intervened to make her wear that pair today. Those are the glasses you need for that face.
Don't correct her.
Don't correct
her. Don't correct her. Just bite your fucking tongue until it's bleeding and don't correct her. That is fucking all I can see there. She's genuinely this stupid. Again, she's Linda McMahon.
This is
dumb, horrible person.
This is who the first Matrix film was for, when they had Neo go, artificial intelligence, AI. You mean artificial intelligence? That's where this person's
but
operating.
There's a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching.
What year is it?
We're just doomed. Again, she's 78. She's old as shit. She has no fucking clue what anything is going on.
She's 78. Brooks, that means she was like in her 30s and 40s when this stuff was like all around. Like, people were talking about this for the longest time. When was Neuromancer published? Like, fucking hell.
So here's the ways that this could happen. One, she's just genuinely really fucking dumb. Probable. But there's other things too. Like there's maybe she's got an assistant who's like in the front row with like a notepad, and she's like this. She's like, AI, and she's holding it up. But Linda McMahon's like, oh, I'll work that in. A1, because she can't read, because she's functionally illiterate, which I would buy as well.
Okay, but like this entails that she's never seen AI spelt in another font before. This is her first.
Or she just doesn't. She genuinely doesn't know what it is. I mean, I don't know.
I think she generally doesn't know what it is, but like an A1 sounds like an educational.
But I'm with you.
Sometimes.
How do you not even have the cultural osmosis? Like that's a thing. I've made jokes. I've never seen the movie Titanic. I can tell you about Titanic in every fucking scene because culturally, that sort of you just learn about these things. There's a lot of stuff like that. But how does AI not bleed into you if you're even part of society in any meaningful way?
Starting, that far down in the grades, and that's a wonderful thing. Kids are sponges. They just absorb everything, and so it wasn't all that long ago that we're going to have internet in our schools. Woo! Now, okay, let's do.
It wasn't all that long ago. We're going to have internet in our schools.
It actually was though, lady. It's actually quite a while ago. Quite some time ago, in fact.
It was 95, 93.
It would have been.
We had internet in my school when I was in freshman. So I'm assuming it started before that, or unless we were first.
I started kindergarten in 1996, 5, and we had internet.
Okay.
We had computers, definitely.
We had we had computers when I was in fucking younger than that, but like internet was a thing when I was 95, 94. We had our first, like, the major computer lab. I think my junior high had it. So you're talking about, like, that's 30 years.
I want to see if Vincent Massey had it. I'm kind of curious. I don't know.
And I will talk about how old I am. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you people. You fucking kids.
Like
it's I actually think that it's depressing on a large scale, because it just shows, one, she's incredibly incurious. That's the first. The second is it cannot be the first time she's used the word A1 to signify the thing, right? There's no way this is the first time it's ever come up.
What?
She's had to have talked about it somewhere, right? Right? Am I
sorry,
wrong?
Titan just sent me something. I wonder what I haven't heard about this.
Send it over.
I'm going to. It's in DMs.
Oh.
The Social Security Administration will no longer be communicating with the media and the public through press releases and Dear Colleague letters, as it shifts its public communication exclusively to X. Sources tell Wired.
That can't be.
It's on Wired. It's not like it's some random blog.
What? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
There's all these poor bastards having to scrolling through official addresses in between anime porn game ads. Jesus
and
Christ.
Nazis.
And the Nazis. Well, I mean, that's not a surprise. It's owned by a Nazi, but...
No, but you can't just follow one person. You have a feed that is given to you, no matter if you block everyone.
Yep. This is insane. Which feels quaint to say, because, like... I don't even have... I'm kind of just speechless.
We are no longer... Holy fuck. This is not a source. This is a person from there. Yeah. We are no longer planning to issue press releases or those Dear Colleague letters, which is normally how they send stuff, to inform the media and public about programmatic and service changes, says SSA Regional Commissioner Linda Kerr Davis in a meeting with managers earlier this week. Instead, the agency will be using X to communicate to the press and the public.
Whoa, wait a minute, hang on. That would actually make X bans illegal, because now this is actually the only... You couldn't do this. You can't have people not able to access X if that's where all of these things are happening. Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't that the whole argument about Trump being banned. Or like Trump not being allowed to block people. That was the whole thing.
Previously, the agency used Dear Colleague letters to engage with advocacy groups and third-party orgs that help people access Social Security benefits. Recent letters covered everything from agencies' new identity verification. This is...
Now you're legally required. Well, I mean, not legally required. You're required to make a Twitter account now. You have to be on Twitter. It's brilliant. It's like, oh, we'll just take over the government. Then all of you will have to be the divorced man's friend. That's...
White House says there has not been a reduction in workforce. Rather, to improve delivery services, staff are being reassigned from regional offices to frontline help, allocating finite resources where they're most needed. President Trump will continue to always protect Social Security. I got to tell you. You know, yeah.
Elon Musk, who's leading the charge to radically reduce the size of the federal workforce on behalf of President Trump, bought X, then Twitter, in October 2022. The platform has for years battled the spread of misinformation. I mean, it hasn't. It's actively facilitated it. After he purchased the company, Musk fired contract content moderators and shifted content moderation efforts to a crowdsourced fact-checking tool called Community Notes. In 2023, an EU official warned the platform was a major source of fake news based on the commission study that reported Twitter has the highest discoverability of disinformation. The regional office workforce will soon be cut by roughly 87%. Sources tell Wired regional office staff manage IT support, policy questions, labor relations issues, reasonable accommodations, guidance, and public relations. Since February, the SSA has cut 7,000 jobs, according to the Washington Post. This is... What happened to all those articles talking about how Trump was distancing himself from Musk? What's going on?
Well, look, as an informational piece.
Look at this. Like Politico. Musk calls Trump's looming NASA troubling.
BAUCOR is a company that makes one of the best guillotine blades in the world, and they sell them continuously. Just if you're looking for a company to invest in or need stock, BAUCOR is excellent. That's my public service announcement for the day.
Like, this is just baffling to me, though, because look, simultaneously to all this taking place, you've got this happening. Can you put this on the screen? Like, you've got Musk going around actually actively casting a doubt on the president directly, like basically by name. Like, I think what Trump's doing is very troubling. I think what Trump's doing is very. I would not do it, so on and so forth. But like, what?
Yeah.
What's in Trump's Twitter DMs? That's what I want to know.
Oh, no, here's the thing. Musk gets his money for SpaceX from NASA. Like, NASA pays SpaceX to do what they do. They're not like a private company that makes their money on the market.
I understand. But
that's why he's upset.
Well, that's why he's upset. Yes, absolutely. My question is, and why I'm confused, is why is him being upset with Trump very publicly not reciprocated at all? That's fascinating to me. Trump, who is not known for...
Because Trump is a cuckold to capital. That's the function at the base of it.
Just call him Crump.
Trump is a cuckold to capital. That's what he is.
I liked Crump. Crump was pretty good. No, but it's not even a matter of being a cuckold. Like, this is like a direct... Oh, God. It just... You see what I'm saying, though? Like regardless, like, he's not thinking to himself, oh, I can't say anything because of capital. I love capital. No, he's going to have an affront to his ego. He's going to want to respond, as he does. His initial response to literally anybody saying something about him is either...
and he hasn't. Have you seen the photo of? I'm using it as one of our thumbnails, but it's Trump yelling at Elon. Like, that's a thing. Like, there's genuine discord as a thing. It's amazing. And it's, again, he hasn't talked about it on True Social. He's going over my favorites, which is the law firms. Basically, if you don't know, Trump did a bunch of stuff and executive orders pulling the security clearances of multiple law firms that lean Democrat or have represented his political enemies. And all of them capitulated like little bitches, because they are. And they're going to provide an aggregate total. This is Trump announcing that his blackmail worked. Aggregate total of $500 million in pro bono and other legal services during the Trump administration and beyond, in the respective amounts set forth below, to causes that President Trump and law firms both support and agree to work on. Assisting veterans and other public servants, members of the military, Gold Star families, first responders, ensuring fairness in our justice system, and combating anti-Semitism. The law firms will take on a wide range of pro bono matters that represent the full political spectrum, including conservative ideals. He literally got half a fucking billion dollars in legal services by blackmailing these pieces of shit. And we're okay with this as a country.
I don't think you have the capacity to not be okay with it as a country at this point. That's what's terrifying.
Fair.
I don't think, like, the overwhelming senses of total disillusionment with the capacity of institutions to do anything, because they are perceived from every conceivable angle as being so thoroughly corrupt that nobody can actually do something that shakes the boat without them just being flattened, like, immediately.
I mean, you're not going to get me, obviously, to disagree significantly with this. But I think there's a bigger lesson in this, and we've been going over this, I think. We've been going over this a decent amount, I think, overall. But the big lesson is there is no plan. As I was editing our Giannis conversation we were watching, and Giannis kept saying he's got a plan, he's got a plan, he's got a plan. He's figuring out, don't say he doesn't have a plan. He kept saying this, but also at the other corner of his mouth saying that Trump's a fucking moron. The way that he's functioning, I think, is most clearly considered when we think about how power has always existed inside of the space of dictatorship. Because he's not a president. Presidents who play at that are people who are aware that they're there, at least in some way, for the people. Biden had less of this. We've had less of this every year. But the idea of that is statesmanship, and that you're kind of beholden. And so the different parties who are applying pressure to that position of president is dispersed more often. When it becomes a dictatorship, because they're not dispersed against the Justice Department, or they're not dispersed against, fucking Southern District of New York, or Congress people, or state senators, or state governors, all of it can be focused on a single person. And I think we're seeing all power focused in one place. You're not seeing it in the same way that you see most other elections. Even 2 years out, we're not talking about state elections. We're not talking about governorships. We're not even talking really about Senate seats. It's all about Trump and whether or not we're supporting or fighting his agenda and his people. And so because of that, the pressures on him, it's all of it. And it is money, but it's not just simply money. It's all of the factors of money, all the different parts of it. The old money who doesn't want to have the system shake, the Walmarts of the world, where the Walmart heir is taking out entire page articles, taking on Trump and begging people to go fight this, all the way to Elon Musk and Thiel, who are not on the same side at all. They're very different ways that they view the world and what they want to do. They're aligned in some ways, but then also military, then also hyper-Christian nationalist, then also race bait, then also foreign countries and Russia, and everything that's at play is focusing on his position in a way that I haven't seen.
Speaking of Christian nationalism, look at the other thing I just posted. Staff Department staff told to report colleagues for quote-unquote anti-Christian bias. That's fascinating. So, let me know what you got up.
That's actually not new. That was done during the first Bush administration, second Bush administration, I guess. But this is.
Well, it depends on what the parameters are. Like, that statement by itself can contain a lot. Like, what is anti-Christian bias? That could be very broad.
7-day window for employees to report perceived religious discrimination committed by State Department officials with an emphasis on Christianity. The department is seeking submissions regarding any practices involving anti-religious bias during the last presidential administration. See, they're going after their political enemies. And it's a bias isn't even like illegal acts. Like
no. Well, that's why I'm interested, because what you lay into that notion of anti-Christian bias is itself kind of interesting. I'm just curious as to what, like, for example, one example of the article says of the bias the department wants reported includes mistreatment for opposing displays of flags, banners, or other paraphernalia, a thinly veiled reference to pride flags displayed at U.S. embassies under the previous administration. Yep. So, the cable also specifically points to, obviously, policies related to preferred personal pronouns as potentially discriminatory against religious employees.
Yeah, and I think that paragraph is the one that nails it. It's, hey, in the last one, if you put up a flag, a banner, anything that was Christian, and again, Christian doesn't mean like Christian, it means racist piece of shit human. And hey, I don't really like the idea of having for example, a flag that only has 13 stars on it, or mistreatment for opposing displays of flags. Hey, you have a Palestinian flag on your desk? I don't really appreciate that. Hey, you have a flag that's Muslim in origin or anything. They're really going after anyone who was offended by being a piece of shit. They're going after those people. Oh, Christian and Pippa, not overall, Christian in this sense, because again, we're talking about very particular usages. This is not large-scale Christianity.
No. The point is, Christian in the sense of a person who characterizes their white nationalism and their contempt for anyone who isn't heterosexual.
Yeah, Christian like the guy, the pillow guy. Christian like Trump claims to be. Perfectly.
Not the kind of Christian that involves actually following any of the moral rules that the Bible tells you.
Yeah, that's the Christians they're talking about. They're not talking about Christianity. They're talking about a particular strain of Christendom, the kind who won't allow gay people to go to their bakery, to be very explicit.
Oh, they're allowed to go to their bakery. They just won't make them stuff if they disapprove of their existence. Because that, segregating your population based on ideology never hurt anybody.
And again, the flags they're talking about, just to mention, mistreatment for flags, it's the gay pride flag. That's what it is. That's the rainbow flag, banners, or paraphernalia. I object to that because I'm a Christian. That is what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Flatly. So when I say Christians, if you're a Christian who's upset about the gay flag, you are a piece of shit. Sorry. You get to fucking deal with it.
This is interesting. The cable indicates the department will offer preferential treatment for Christians. Now that is interesting because I do wonder. I mean, it's not really that interesting because there won't be a criteria. It will be if you look and sound like JD Vance, you'll be preferred, obviously.
Cable instructs employees to report if they face consequences for refusing to participate in events or activities that promoted themes inconsistent with or hostile to one's religious beliefs, which could potentially encompass diversity initiatives and it's gay pride. They're going after pro-gay people who were upset that, hey, I think gay people burn in hell. Well, you go away. Oh, no, I'm persecuted. That's the game they're playing.
Yep.
And yeah, as Wig says, this is exactly the same game Russia plays. This is literally what Russia does. Pussy Riot, I think, is proof of this. If you want to watch how Pussy Riot's been treated over time,
it's going to be interesting to see when this friction bubbles up to the top, because we already saw it again going back to the Signal leaks, where you have these people demonstrating like very clear lack of faith in the leadership. Just the bare fact that the Signal conversation takes place by itself, but this can't last. Like this can't last. Like every single relationship here is bleeding through to the public.
Yes, it is. And it's slowly eating itself.
Yeah.
Slowly eating itself.
So I'm just wondering, when does this accelerate? Because it's got to accelerate at some point.
Well, I think that, and to continue my point, because I think this is the lesson we're learning when we talk about how all of these things function. The collapse and pushing to a singular point of all this pressure is a thing that America is not supposed to have. We're supposed to have other people that are getting that pressure. It's supposed to be distributed. That's part of the whole point of having separation of powers, etc. But now that it's focused, Trump is getting it from every angle, and he has to do what all of them want, even if it's inconsistent. He is a king who isn't actually a king. He is purely the despot, the position being filled, rather than a person with any semblance of his own desire. He just wants to make sure that he's rich and powerful and able to hurt people he doesn't like. Everything else, as someone comes in and goes, hey, we got to do this thing. Fine. We got to do this, do this, do this. And all that pressure is focused on his position. But with that, this is, I think, the most interesting thing we're seeing. They have no real communication because there is no larger meaning. Can we talk about semiotics for a second? Do you mind?
I don't. But very quickly first, thank you UTV and Ham for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate that. Go for it. I object a little bit to the dictatorship description for a couple of reasons that probably don't matter. So I also probably agree with you. But principally,
I'm happy to refine it because it's not.
Yeah,
an exact
I mean,
term.
like here's the thing. Like I agree in form. It resembles a dictatorship, and the general acquiescence by all of these other branches of government that are supposed to be applying cross pressure to make sure that you don't have one of them going rogue and just tyrannizing over the whole country. But sorry, what?
It's a facade.
It's a facade. Sorry, I thought you said Desaad for a second. It's like, what the hell does Desaad have to do with this? I mean, probably a lot, actually. But
I could relate it, but not actually in this case. Actually, this is a particular thing because the position I'm talking about is like that of the despot. When we talk about how meaning is found, how people have meaning in words, there's this sort of way that it's worked for a significantly long time is that the king gives an edict and we have to find meaning. We utilize interpretation. Oh, here's what the sentences said. We need to sort of trace back to what was originally intended by the person who wrote the words. This is a light version of where it came from, which is the king saying, you are now doing this or you die.
Now, here's where it matters. Now, here's where I object a little bit. So the nature of a dictator differs in one critical way from a king, namely that actually sort of like a president, but in a different way. Their existence has a very specific telos. It has a specific purpose. The job of a dictator is to be able to operate outside the rules, to get things done, to balance things in a way that you can't do within the rules.
I mean, it depends on how you want to use the phrasing, because Caesar was
there's
called
a reason.
dictator.
There's a reason why I'm making this point.
Caesar was called a dictator while he was alive, and it was a good term.
That's because he was. Well, that's because he was a dictator, though. He had a charge as a dictator. That's what he was, right? But here's
But that was what they elected.
He was chosen to do that, yeah. But here's the point, though. There is behind that thing a coherent sense of some kind of unitary will. There is of necessity behind a dictator a plan. This isn't a dictator.
This is what you're making. You're jumping ahead, but this is, I think, exactly my point. Because what makes it interesting, traditionally, we find our meaning by here's a sentence said, and we can trace it back up. We go, this king at this point said this. The king, to your point, has a thrust, a personality. People know, at least in some semblance or common sense or good sense in the Kantian way, that here's kind of what these words mean when someone says it. With Trump, we don't have that. There's no nugget at the center or directionality or anything. In fact, there's only literally the empty position. The actual symbolic position of dictator he holds, but it's empty because it is the coalescence of those forces in him, but there's nothing actually there. Whereas with Bush, when Bush said something, or when Obama did, or even I would say maybe even Trump first term.
There was a party and administration, like a strategy, like something.
There was something we could.
There was depth.
There's nothing. It is emptiness. It is pure cynicism in charge. And so now we have a point, and this is, I think.
Well, this is my point, though. You don't have a dictator. You have a mobster. You have a Don.
If we had a mobster, it'd be better. I think we actually have an empty position.
That's not actually, I agree, actually.
Like if we had literally a crime lord, like we'd be in, Dr. Doom would be fucking better. Pull someone from a comic book. Like the position is empty. And so now we actually have, and there is no way to know, even Trumpers, no one can say what a sentence or thing means or what it's a part of.
Yeah. There are articles popping up now, and I've been noting this. I haven't talked about it on my stream or here at all. But I've been sort of casually following Mencius Moldbug, who's been getting increasingly disillusioned with the current government. Now, why? That's kind of fascinating. This seems like Mencius Moldbug, Curtis Yarvin's wet dream. It's like, look, he's dismantling everything so he can now erect a new feudal order. Well, no, because the problem is...
It's the so. It's the so that isn't there. Like that's where Moldbug's fucked up, is there isn't a so he can. He's dismantling everything accidentally. The same, my daughter is 3 and she walks through, my son builds these like very complex things. She'll just walk through it without thinking twice. Is she doing it because of things? No, she's just going. And he's empty in the same way that a child is. He doesn't have a so It's just the destruction, and it's more of an accident. In the same way that if the markets turn around, he didn't do that. And I think every day there's an interesting move, as even Trumpers are realizing, and everyone is, that there isn't actually a meaning at the center, that it's whatever I am able to take advantage of. We've moved into, to me, this is like pure late stage capitalism. Because one of the things that's left over from the old orders of things is meaning from on high, is the nature of having that meaning given to us only from the king or the dictatorship, having that master signifier. That's a thing that's old from the state as a meaning. It's gone.
Well, when it's lost, like this is sort of echoed a little bit, and it's kind of it's fascinating. Like as I'm reading through a bunch of stuff from 100 years ago, the weird proliferation of like cosmic energy theories that came about from like all different angles.
Yeah.
I am going somewhere with this. Like that lack of on high stuff doesn't eliminate the structurally inculcated space for and on high that now everyone is aware is just alarmingly empty. And you're going to see, and we've seen, just a proliferation of just kookery at extreme scales. It's been borne out by the fact that a lot of these people have been put into important positions in government. R.F. Kennedy is obviously the obvious example. But like, that's what's filling the void right now is weird pseudo hyper modernism, like Elon Musk, and then kook medicine, actually.
Well, again, because we don't have, when meaning comes from the master signification, when it is about tracing that back, and as that fades, and as we don't have that, or there's no commonality of that, and instead we're finding our own meaning through the axiomatic of our own existence, we're carving it out as our own. D.H. Lawrence puts it, I think, extraordinarily well, that it's a world of our own Polaroids, because it's images made by us for us of the entire world. And as we get to that, the ability for us to have these conversations disappears. The ability for us to have collective meaning is gone. Because again, even with a shitty president, like a Biden or an Obama or a Bush, we can place ourselves in relation to that. I don't think it's possible to place ourselves in meaningful relation to Trump with someone else. They support him. Why? In what part? There's no answers that make any sense there, not in any way. But at the same time, I would say, and argue back, the opposition to him in support of what also is gone.
Yeah, and as if to illustrate, like, what has been the general reaction? A really big protest, guys. Millions of people, potentially. Over 1,000 different... What happened? Nothing. What did they do? They went home. They all went home. And it ended. That was it. They showed up, they sat down, and they went home. That was the collective resistance to Trump. They went home.
Because they don't really have anything else.
No.
And we're...
And actually, here's the funny thing. So, it's not funny. It's actually miserable. But it's...
Fair enough.
It's comical in a way. I was sort of criticizing Noah Samson for promoting the protests as if they were sort of like specifically pro-Palestine protests. Not because I wouldn't like them to be, but because it was clearly an attempt to sort of use that issue in order to appear as if he's engaged in some kind of humanitarian venture when he's really doing it for profit. Leaving that aside, what that protest actually amounted to in a lot of cases, this is what's really terrifying. It's a marketplace for people to try and sell themselves as that thing. That's a major factor in all of this. There isn't a collective response. So what does that mean? Does that mean people are trying to find a collective response? No. It means there's a rat race now to be, quote unquote, the collective response. And the progressive, quote unquote, side, which doesn't exist, has not stopped eating itself alive as a result of having a single unified foe. It's actually gotten worse because now everybody's seeing that, hey, Democrats are on shaky stilts. They appear weak. There is no charismatic center. There's no faith that it will put forward anyone competent or potent, even in the future. Chaos is a ladder. that's where the progressive side of things is at.
Well, this is to that note, I think it's why you're seeing a very interesting breakdown of what I would say is the traditional political order, even amongst people who are involved in politics. People are not jumping into the realms of, hey, we've got to get behind Democrats the same way they did with Trump 1 or with Bush the first time around. This is very different. There's an odd disconnect. To exactly your point, I think the realization that what Trump embodies, or again, the position he holds that I think is empty, which I agree with you on, is one that we have all assumed is there. Because again, the electing a leader, it's the joke we always have with Sanders. And Sanders said outright, it doesn't matter if I get elected, you've got to keep doing work. Me winning the election is only day one. That's not the end of the road. And that mental space has been hard for anyone on the left or anyone in moderate spaces at all to sort of wrap their heads around. The fascists have no issue with that because all they want is the position of power to be filled by someone that they know will generally go in their direction, because that's all they care about, is that goal being fulfilled. Even if it's empty, even if it's running a million ways, everyone who's on the fascist side will justify, hey, are they sending people without trial to foreign countries? And are they talking about doing that with citizens? They've already done it with permanent residents. That's fine. I don't care. Crashing the stock market and insider trading, that's just because he's smart. Making sure his insider trading buddies are the first up, we don't give a shit. Having Social Security fall apart, like all of this is because ultimately the empty position is all they care about. That empty position of Trump, having that is what assuages them. That's the structure they can be invested in. The rest of us are actually realizing that there was a lot of truth in there's no difference between the parties, because ultimately the liberal parties were just holding things up and keeping things from falling apart. This is accelerationist communities and people who are against them. Myself, the continual fucking argument I've had, and it's one that I think works, and it's one that makes accelerationists reconsider, or at least debate it, is that you will hurt people in marginal positions. Stop doing that. We need to figure out other ways. But now that's gone because marginal people are being hurt across the board. The liberal order was keeping that structure in place without letting it collapse. But without that, this empty position reveals how empty all the rest of it is, and that it is a complete facade.
Well, but here's the thing, though. It is not empty insofar as it doesn't appear to be empty. The problem is, like, that's just how this works. And the problem here is that the constant waffling, the very visible breakdown of internal order means that Trump lacks the political capital as an individual, which is important because the individual is all that's left at this point. Trump lacks the political capital to do a thing and say the party is committed to a thing and have people treat it as a thing that is true. Like, full stop. He's lost the far in Persian terms.
It's an axiomatic truth. There's nothing underneath it, and it sets in line everything else without any meaning or proof behind it in any meaningful way. That's what he is, and that's what he does. He positions that place, and because that position's empty, there's nothing in it that matters. It is that thing existing. I think this is one of those things that I mean, we'll at some point we can do more of a theory stream, but this is one of those things that I think we've been talking about in the world of critical theory and expressing. I know we have in the QC, I know we have you and I, but having a shift at this level where it's so clear that the meaning is gone from the upper echelons, that there is nothing functioning except for the pure forces, and he is at the whim of them. Let no one believe that he is like a person who's making choices. Elon Musk is barely doing that. Like, these people are making decisions. They're at the whims of capital, and capital is all the images at once. It's everything. It's the Christian nationalism, the American protectionism, the North American protectionism. Well, I'm going to stop you right there,
because here's the thing. At the very least, being at the whim of capital will be at the whim of some kind of reason. Here's the problem. All of these people... Go on.
No. Capital is not based in reason.
No, not based in reason. You're misunderstanding me. There would be some force that is still forcing their hand to do things. But here's the thing. These people aren't responding to market forces. They aren't responding to things that are happening. They're responding to the exact same tools that they are using in order
Correct.
to maintain their own base. Okay, so here's the problem. You have different tempos of bullshit competing with each other.
Yep.
So they aren't even doing it at the same pace or in the same way or for the same reasons. And
right. This is the great, again, depending on how you view these things. For me, the great lie of capital, and I think it is the thing that's at the center of a lot of stuff. The great lie is that capital does anything or has any intention. It's perceived as being a quasi-cause, but it is not. Capital doesn't actually do anything. It's the perception at large of how the social order is put together. And so when we say capital or the markets are moving this way or that, our conversation today has basically been talking about how there's no truth in this because retail investors have enough power and enough money to offset weird losses in other places and further transfer wealth to billionaires. But there's entirely the reality that they're able to actually bolster the market enough that people stop being you have no idea. Afterwards, we will justify and we will rewrite the history to get there. But capital doesn't really have that power.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
Okay. I don't think we've talked about this on stream yet, but this is the thing that actually terrifies me the most about all of this. And it really does. Like, this terrifies me. We will not be able to write the history of this period at all. So much has been committed to social media platforms that have no longevity by design, where key parts of history, decisions, conversations, encounters, and so on and so forth, all of these things are being deleted as fast as they emerge, and there is no record, no reliable record, certainly, but also just generally no record of span, of time, of anything. And we can't write a history of our present era the way one could write a history of, say, Nazi Germany, by discovering records, seeing what was said, and so on and so forth. Because these don't exist. And worse still, equivalents proliferate. They are made faster than they can be recorded. And what's happening, I remember talking about this years ago when Nick Fuentes was banned off YouTube, and I didn't like it. And not because Nick Fuentes was banned off YouTube. I didn't like it because Nick Fuentes influenced people, was interacting with people. He's been to the White House. The elimination of the record of that means a key part of the puzzle for future historians, psychologists, political scientists, whatever, to look back and see what the fuck happened has just been axed. It's just gone.
Well, so I have a couple comments on that. So one, I'm not disagreeing. I think the cause of my worry there is a bit different. So So I'm actually going to agree that it's probably one of the scariest things. The reason for it, though, for me is not that historians are going to look back and they're going to be there's too much or things are deleted or whatever. Yeah. When we look back on World War II, right now, historians will have conversations and you can ask them, so what happened? And there's not an answer because the reality is twofold. First off, the stuff that we did keep during the ending period of the Weimar Republic is actually weirdly slanted in only one way. We talked about.
Careful, Brooks. Sorry, go on.
We've spent a lot of time talking about how I've been looking for the speeches given by communist leaders in Germany in opposition to the Nazis, because you would generally see people go from one to the other. They'd go from one rally to another because they were both populist movements. But you can't really find those because, well, all those people were killed and all their shit was burned. So it's tough to find those things. We know that existed because of various news reports. So there's a weird thing that what we are missing through most of history is an incredibly large number of facts.
But here, okay, can I slow you down a little bit, though?
Okay.
I just want to clarify my fear here. It's not just that people will not be able to write the history because of missing information.
Right.
It's because there is a proliferation of equivalent information that isn't true. Movements and such that are starting to essentially superimpose themselves over ones that actually did exist.
Well,
people that actually did exist. And so, sorry, go on, please.
But there's layers to that too, because I think if we look back on World War II, then if we were to have everyone's journals, like everyone had journals, if we had those, Would they contribute? Yes. Would it be too much info? Would there be disinfo? Would there be disagreements? One of the things when we start talking about the history of things is there's two sides. There's the facts and then there's the interpretations. And interpretations become problematic at large because there's no like core way to like prove out data. There's no truth of history. There's just trends and forces and these things playing against each other. To me, I've actually been making the joke, and it's interesting to hear you say it, that Fukuyama was right, that we've actually hit the end of history, that like as far as we know it, or what that meaningfully means. And I know he didn't mean it exactly like this.
But, not even close, but yes, go on.
But there is an end to history that happened with the liberal order that we're seeing in place, and it's twofold. The first is I think we are beyond, as I was saying, the idea of the meaning on top. When you go back and you read newspaper headlines or diaries from World War II, they have
I've got a good way to put it.
They've got a common meaning.
Yes.
They
do. I've got a better way to think about it though. Like meaning, yes. But I think what's actually happened is the complete disillusionment with the idea that history constitutes some kind of collective memory of humanity, because it doesn't, or of a society or whatever. Because that is just not a thing.
Yeah.
It's moved from, when you go back, like when you talk about history,
the social codes are being obliterated almost entirely.
When you talk about history, even between, like, go back really far, thousands of years, okay? Herodotus versus Thucydides. Thucydides operates under the assumption that there is a common record, there is a common flow, there's a thing to which all these things take part, and there is a general trajectory that can be tracked and discussed, even as he's making stuff up to fill in the gaps, because he was in exile and he wasn't there for Pericles' speech, funeral oration. Herodotus, by contrast, engages in inquiries, not in history. It's called histories, historia, it's inquiries, what it means. But he literally goes to distant lands and he talks to the people at the temples where they keep the scrolls of all the things that happened in their records. And he describes them. And that's what the histories are. That's what history is. He went forth and he inquired. And we're coming back to that. We're moving away from Thucydidean history and we're coming back to that where there is just this kind of like mostly blind questing out, finding tidbits and trying to construct an understanding, but not having the pretense to having a model of the world, which
without the grounding. The grounding is gone.
Well, the realization that there never was a grounding, the grounding itself was
right.
Always,
that's what I would agree with that. But there's a comment, and there's a comment in chat I want to respond to as part of this, because someone's like, well, look, the victors aren't the ones who write history, because if there was, then you wouldn't have the sort of the Confederate honoring and all that stuff. My argument would be simply that that's because the victors write the history. If you don't know who actually won the war, it's not that there were two sides and one side just obliterated the other. The side that won was the industrial capital base that made an excessive amount of money off of the slave owners, which they made sure came out just fine. And they wanted that overall thing to continue. Like, history is written by the victors, or at least it was.
But the victors are not individual people and their teams. I like that you phrased it that way, because I was going to disagree with you, but I actually love that. You're actually going to like this. There's a oh shoot, what's his name? There's a book, a 2-volume history of Chinese philosophy that's really good that I have to reread at some point because it's been like a decade. But they make the point very early on that when you're looking at writings by people like, for example, like Sun Tzu, like The Art of War, or people who wrote like manuals of war, people who wrote like history or philosophy or whatever, you know who those people were? They were the losers. They went into exile. They failed in some capacity. And so they took to writing. Their legacy was advice for people in the future. History is almost never written by the victors, because the victors uniquely have an interest in suppressing history.
Yes. Well, and the powers have an interest in suppressing it. Half has never been told. Untold Story of American Slavery and Capitalism.
Oh my God, it's so fucking good.
100% worth reading, and really, really worthwhile. But to that end, there's two sides of this. I want to also mention the thing that I'm more worried about is less the lack of cohesion, which I think is the big contributor. I think AI is actually the death of history in and of itself, because within
that's what I was getting at. Is like
the overindulgence of information.
Yes.
It's it's continually things sort of move towards the Vonnegut line. For thousands of years, man was furious the world couldn't keep up with his mind, but now he's in a position where his mind can't keep up with the world.
Hey.
This is what AI is doing by having an overindulgence of content that is just off constantly, like constantly slightly off, but in ways that are almost unnoticeable to lay people or to future people. The inability to know if anything came from a person in a meaningful way is horrifying to this.
Like as if to illustrate something that you'll find, especially in books written in the past 100 years, and it's not because they do this more, it's because we're more sensitive to when they do this because we have more information. There's sort of a sweet spot of not enough information that we're sensitive to when information is poorly founded, but enough information that we have a confidence that we can locate it, that we're paying attention for that. Anti-Oedipus has a reference to Nietzsche that goes something like, which of these dogs wants to die? And it's referring to religion, state, or whatever, like different institutions or cultural, historical movements or whatever you like. And I had a lot of trouble finding a source for that quote. And the reason is because that is a quote that is in translation. And it is not directly referenced. It sounds like something Nietzsche might say, in translation, but there it is. Now, there are a lot of translations like that in modern texts where they will refer to some other person whose books were not republished. There is no record of them existing, and it's not treated in the same way like the fragments of Herodotus are, where dedicated scholars went back because it's Herodotus and you do this, and they found different references in different texts and they compiled them into the fragments of Herodotus, quote unquote, that you can buy today as a volume. They aren't doing that. Disciplines fall out of fashion. Nobody talks about psychoanalysis anymore. Nobody talks about the stuff psychoanalysis was responding to. Nobody talks about the stuff that responds to psychoanalysis. If you want to buy, for example, a book by D.H. Lawrence, who was a major author at one point, and you want to read like his actually really very well cited book, Psychoanalysis and the Unconscious and Invitation of the Unconscious, it's going to be some print on demand, independently published thing like this because nobody's making it. Now, imagine if ChatGPT or something like that just constructed an author based off stuff it had read online that was false. And then someone like a Claudia Gay, say, remember that whole scandal for citing people without due attribution, or you're using people's word without due attribution. Imagine someone just built off that. And now you have historical figures that are just invented. So we are right now at this exact juncture. It's already over. We can't confirm that hasn't happened. We're done. Like the only way truly, and by the way, just a reminder, like this was stored on a computer and sold by Amazon. You can't even trust that paper past a certain period of you actually dating the materials it's made of. Isn't bullshit. Like this is affected material reality. This is not just a digital thing. You can't just escape this by just using real books, or at least we won't be able to for long. This stuff decays, it gets digitized and then gets reprinted. And then what? Like errors accumulate. This, by the way, is full of typos. Does this annoy you? Like it's full of typos. It's weird.
I'm doing a retranslation for like 1,000 reasons.
Like I was rereading this section just today, and it spelt nothing on page 295 of the Penguin. The molecular unconscious, on the contrary, knows NOTH1 NG of castration.
Yeah.
The Department of Education.
So the first time I saw that, I assumed it was my PDF OCR. And then I went and I grabbed my copy. I was like, oh, I guess it's in the hardcover. It's in the
My favorite
book.
one. My favorite one is Hannah Arendt's On Revolution in the Penguin edition, which I think is the only English edition. It was in English. It's the only edition you can get. Has this line: "The scat of power is in the people." I love it. It's supposed to say the seat of power, but it says the scat of power is in the people. It's great.
It's a lot, man.
It's a lot.
But it's, again, the thing at the core.
Yes.
And I think, again, this is where we start talking about, as much as it is terrifying, and it should be, that we are seeing history not mattering in the same way, because the ability for us to predict outwards is disappearing. Across the world, business people are talking about the inability to predict 2 months, let alone weeks. Normally, you talk about market trends aiming towards 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. It's all gone. Like, there's no ability to make those large scale predictions. With that lack of sort of superstructure meaning that capital really requires to sort of make production go certain ways, there's actually an extraordinary opportunity to step in and create meaning in other ways. What are those ways? That's an entire fucking other discussion, but there is something there. You'll see, and I think it's one of the reasons I really discourage people from doing the general lib bullshit. Oh, look, I caught him in a slip up. Look at how stupid they are because they're hypocrites. It's almost like they don't believe anything. It's almost like there's no meaning behind anything they say, and they say it just as if it gets them power and just for the pure attraction of the semiotic object, because that's the truth. Talking about how they are hypocrites does nothing. It does nothing. It's not laughing at the emperor for having no clothes. It's laughing at the emperor for having clothes that you think are bad. And he's like, yeah, but I still made them with, I made them after murdering your family. So what are you going to fucking do? Like, yeah. But your clothes are stupid. I'm trying not to do what's that?
It's Baudrillard time, boys.
It's not far from Baudrillard time.
I'm actually kind of impressed that pronounced it right. Well done, AI. I've never heard it not say Baudrillard before.
It's nice.
It's nice. That's the sound of our doom creeping up on us.
The ability for us to be looking at this and to be reconsidering all of these things, to not just go, hey, it's hypocritical, but actually invert this. Do not play the game of laughing at them for their meaning. Fuck with their meaning. Like, this is, to go back, if you want to talk about old Greek thinkers, go back to Chrysippus. Go back to the old Stoics, not the shitty version that Jordan Peterson and stupid people talk about, the good Stoics that are like, let's play with paradoxes and meaning and fuck with the causation of things, because causation is one of the challenges we have. So start playing with it and counteractualizing and messing with them by overexerting hypocrisy and returning it back to them 10 times unfold. It make them uncomfortable, because the fear that we experience is the foundation of our awareness of where we're able to go and how we can go. And the reality is we don't know. None of us do. We don't know if any one of us is going to have rights. There's every reality. My kid was listening to a stream I was listening, and he heard about, I was listening to the news, and he saw tattoos were one of the reasons these guys were deported. And he asked if I was going to be deported next. He's 7, very general question. I said, no, I'm fine. And in my head, I went, fuck, because we don't know. It's terrifying, but
you're very
that groundlessness
white, so you're probably
gives
okay.
freedom. It gives freedom. It gives freedom to understand the position.
No, here's what you got to do. Look, you got to protect yourself. Okay, so you get the, you know that like side shave cut that all the Nazis are wearing.
I mean,
I have it there already.
I have it. Usually I just haven't.
Yeah, but it's overgrown. Yeah.
It is overgrown. I'm doing blue this weekend, so I'm going to be changing my hair color up to a nice cyan blue. So I'm going to be doing.
I disagree. I think you should. I think $100 donation should be able to choose your next color change of whatever you're changing.
Done.
Anyone who donates $100, American.
It's going to be from a neon range of colors. It has to be neon colors. I don't give a fuck about. I'm not doing black. I'm not going emo goth kid.
All right. Anyone who wants to choose the next neon color that Brooks puts into his hair, if you donate $100, you get to choose. That's how it works.
That'll work. It probably won't be able to happen this weekend. I'll try though.
I will not be doing so. This is entirely a Brooks side thing. I refuse. I will go into poverty first.
That's My running thing, because I've been doing weird shit with my hair for forever. I had Liberty spikes in high school and mohawks and shit. Dyed green with like Elmer's glue because that's what we had to use back in the day. We didn't have all the fun products. It was Manic Panic and Elmer's
Dyed
glue.
green with Elmer's glue?
Elmer's glue is basically what you use to do the spikes properly tall. It was the only thing that kept them. What do you want from me?
Horrible.
Yeah,
It must have felt horrible.
Again, it was awesome. And mostly you were shirtless in mosh pits fighting. So it was kind of great.
Smelling like glue.
That's not the worst smell. Also, who cares? It was like, really? Man, you kids.
Wouldn't that be itchy? Like you're just your hair is covered in glue. Why would you do that to yourself? That sounds awful.
Because how else are you going to get spikes that go a foot tall?
You don't. You be normal.
Pass. 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 Pass.
At least use like hot glue or something.
No. So Elmer's and Manic Panic.
Scalp.
It was a different thing. I had spider legs when I went through it was a long story, which are like white boy dreads. I don't know how else to put it. The white boy dreads with like multiple colors and things going all different colors. It was early 2000s. It was a style at the time. And it's always been because my family has a history of excessive baldness, like incredibly excessive baldness. And so I was like, I'm going to enjoy it while I've got it. And then it turns out like I get to keep all my hair, I get the beard, and the rest of my poor brother, the rest of my family gets hit with it. It sucks.
Just because you said that hairline's going to start creeping the next year.
Oh no, I've got the 5 head. It creeps, but I've got everything back here.
I've had the 5 head since I was 5. Not even
Me
kidding.
too. I have a giant forehead. It's
you age into it, and you look normal at 30 or so.
Show photos? No. It's one of the beauties of when I grew up. It's one of the beautiful things about when I grew up is that we didn't have cameras with everything, and things got to disappear. It's a weird thing to consider for you people. Was I into nu metal at the time? I was into.
Were you also into nu metal at the time?
Yeah, I was into a lot of shit. I was mostly Insane Clown Posse, Twisted, Corporate Avenger, Cottonmouth Kings. That was like my main jams, but then I could pick a fucking group. There's a bunch of different bands I was super into.
I liked Pokemon, but my parents saw me watching an episode one afternoon after school in which Jesse and James from Team Rocket were using invisible suits to sneak into a building behind somebody, and they were convinced it was a depiction of demonic possession. And then I got to watch Pokemon no more.
My dad wouldn't let me play Dungeons and Dragons because he believed it would cause me to kill myself. So I had to go to friends' houses. If you don't know about this is a really fun time. Like the 80s
I'm aware.
And 90s, the 80s and the 90s had like the best weird satanic panic shit. Like you kids don't even know how much fun it was.
You need to understand, like, I was at the tail end of this when people were still doing it, but just it was weird for my family to be doing it. Parents, especially in evangelical households, but even outside of them, because they thought that all these different pop phenomena that were incredibly primitive, these things are going to cause either psychiatric problems, or they're going to open you up to metaphysical entities possessing your body. It
was fascinating. And again, my parents were mostly, because again, this was 80s and 90s. 80s, I was a kid. My cousin, who was like my older brother, we were born 8 years apart. We were really close, and he was in like 80s. He introduced me to Belle Biv DeVoe, which was awesome. He introduced me to Beastie Boys, Snoop Dogg, a whole bunch of stuff. It was 8 years older than me. And in the 90s, I went through wild music phases, but both my brother and I, we were just in love with Korn specifically. Like every day on the way driving to work,
especially on a barbecue.
Got the Life every morning was like our wake up song. We put like special speakers in my car and we just pound it. Got the Life's a killer song. That's good shit. And I don't give a fuck what anyone says to this. Limp Bizkit's first album's fucking good too. There you go. It's accurate. It's an accurate statement. But yeah, and it was always weird because I was really into this band no one listened to, and most people still don't. Corporate Avenger, wonderful group. The first time I ever saw them, they came out on stage. The room was dark, and they all were pretending to be INS agents with flashlights and bullhorns, screaming all of their lyrics at people, and it was amazing. They're anti-government.
My first water gun was shaped like a corn cob because, actually, no, I had the banana. My brother was shaped like a corn cob because we couldn't have guns, you know. So I had a banana squirt gun. My brother had a corn cob.
So one of my favorite bands was Warlock Pinchers. They were local to Denver. Anyway, I should actually see if Andrew will let me. I've gotten to know the guy behind it. I should find out if he'll let me actually use the music on stream and get the rights to it, because it's great. They have a song called Where the Hell is Crispin Glover? It's fucking awesome. They had a show. It's maybe one of the best things I've experienced. You go in, they have their merch table. Warlock tended to sell out pretty well. And they did this one time, and then they were banned. You'll understand why. And they had their merch table, and it was like t-shirts and everything. And then they had these huge beekeeper outfits that they had their logo on it. And they were like $200 or something, which at the time was insane money. This was $2,099 maybe. And no one bought them. Everyone passed through. They go in, opener band, and then they came out with these boxes that said bees. They were filled with flies, it turns out, but they just poured them out into the audience.
What the hell?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's anything that's ever been more hilarious. I got tear gassed at a Propaganda concert. I broke a guy's leg at a Rage Against the Machine show. Like back in the day, man, shows were very different.
They tear gassed the audience?
No, the cops did, because it was at the VFW, and the VFW didn't really like their lyrics. Because if you can imagine, in 94, this was before high school, so 94, 95. God, I can't remember the year. There were noise complaints because they have a song called Halle Selassie Up Your Ass that is about anti-Zionism. That is literally a giant lyric of fuck religion, fuck Zionism, fuck Americanism. Really great. Propaganda is wonderful. Genuinely wonderful. But the police broke it up and we all got tear gassed, which was awesome. Man, it's a different time. Man, it was a different time.
What year was that?
93, 94.
I would have just been just walking.
You can actually see my head in one of the
news
reports.
It's very shiny.
Oh no, I think I shaved my head for that one. I'm not sure. '96. It was '96.
What was I doing in '96?
That's what I was doing in '96.
I was at an orchard picking apples with a school field trip as a 5-year-old.
Well, that was fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah, lots of fun. I mean, I did concerts and all kinds of fun stuff, man. It was a different world. We used to be able to go to shows and you'd like show up outside and buy tickets to get in. Like up until like 2004, it was really common. Like some bigger shows you'd camp out for, but there was no online ticket brokers. There was no going anywhere else. And so you'd have these really weird like after parties out of nowhere. One year, I'll never forget.
Money.
Propaganda was how I learned to clean everything.
By the way, very quickly,
who will help me break this bread?
Shrek the Third, thank you for the incredibly generous 50 gifted memberships. That's fantastic.
Titan wants to know how you feel about violent femmes.
Who, me?
How he's asked about both of us. Yes. Oh no.
I think
you don't know who the
both
violent
men and violent femmes should both be dealt with to the harshest extent possible by the law.
Violent Femmes, I got introduced to super early and changed my view of music for a long time. I'm not actually super into them anymore, like just more by the nature of my musical change, but it's a lot like saying Butthole Surfers. Brilliant. Their stuff doesn't hit me anymore in the same way it once did, but the respect I have for both.
Brooks just isn't hit by Butthole Surfers the way he used to.
Dude, yeah, they're amazing. Butthole Surfers is one of the best. They're one of the best like bands of that era. They did Pepper, the song everyone knows is Pepper. Jingle of a Dog's Collar, easily.
I love that that didn't hit at all. A good continue. It's okay.
It's you. If I played it, you'd recognize it. We'd also get demonetized. But yeah, probably. Marky got with Sharon. Sharon got Cherie. She was sharing Sharon's outfit on the topic of disease. You know that? Come on, no. You kids and your shit fucking music. What do you fucking listen to?
I listen to wholesome music, sir.
Name one thing that isn't going to make me vomit.
Alexander Scriabin's Mysteria.
I don't even know what that is. So
I'm better.
You're better.
I'm better. That was Russian modernist music that was meant to trigger synesthesia. They used big colored lights on stage. It was great. It opens as this is the first. It just opens as like. It's great.
Okay. You should listen to better music. Like, how do you not know? Like, you don't know Violent Femmes. I mean, we've been through this. This is one of those things. The reason we were going to do the movie, and we probably should add to the end of the fold. We should just do like a movie review and have that be the podcast version of this.
I just.
Oh.
I'm not ashamed of my recurring dreams about me and a gun and a different species of carnage strewn about the stockyards, the factories and farms. I know as well as anyone it does less good than harm.
Apparently I'm a PC fascist because I care about, yeah. Sorry. Here's the thing. Propaganda's that good of a band that I can mention it and shit's going to show up.
I just haven't heard it, and generally historically I haven't liked it very much.
But Kid, specifically that song is called Nailing Descartes to the Wall. How do you not enjoy that as a reference?
By never hearing it. By having you know how nobody until like the last 10 years has even heard the name Bergson? Like really, like generally it's largely because of like the proliferation of Deloo's material and a whole lot of other people bringing him back up in public conversation. Okay, sort of like that. So I grew up in an era where I'm not allowed Pokemon.
They're Canadian though.
I grew up in
probably
where do Canadian. All of hey
you have like 7 bands, okay?
Where do all of the reactionaries that get prominence in the modern media today come from? They're either billionaires from South Africa or America, or they're Canadian. You don't get a Jordan Peterson without Canada. Right?
That's Antwoord and Fatty Boom Boom, speaking of South Africa, they're a bunch of chodes, but their fucking music's awesome. They're chodes, though. It's a shame. Just saying.
Look, point is, you grow up in a family where you're not allowed to watch the Pokemon cartoon because your parents think
it is a different world.
Team Rocket or demons possessing a man to get into a bank. You're not going to be listening to music by someone called Violent Femme.
Because I have... One sec.
Has Sunday heard of Devon Townsend? Also Canadian.
Rings a bell.
All Canadians know each other. There's only 5 or 6 of them after all.
This guy looks like a Satanist, but like a well-groomed Satanist.
Well, I mean, it's heavy metal. So, I mean, like, and it's like really, it's in
yeah, but like a proper Satanist, like the kind you'd see in like a John Carpenter movie.
Well, I mean, proper heavy metal always looks like that. My version of that, though, when I was first old enough to buy my first CD, I'm not going to surprise anyone with what it was. It was Vanilla Ice. My dad wouldn't let me because he said Vanilla Ice was code for cocaine. Which is fantastic. And there was always something like this. My brother and I always found ways to like do this. Again, Trumper, what do you expect? He always found ways to like push things to that. Red Hot Chili Peppers I was into for a short time. He took away the album because one of the one of the songs had lyrics in it about having sex with the dirt. And it's not, but it kind of is hilarious that he takes it that way. So it's this like, I empathize, but at the same time, I still played D&D. I still know every fucking lyric to all of Vanilla Ice's songs. You still can do these things, right?
You can do those things if you're from an era where kids play outside and there's any intermingling whatsoever between people from
this is fair.
different areas of life.
This is fair.
Because this here's the thing. As you pointed out, there's very little going on in Canada because despite the fact that we on paper have a very large expanse of land, all of it is basically along the US border and on the shore. And not very far up the shore either. So here's the thing. If you're in Canada, you basically were raised in the cultural equivalent of the white void from that movie where everything disappears into a white void. It wasn't a comedy. It was very disturbing. What was it called again? The end up all is just like lips at the end or something? Was it just called Nothing? I can't remember.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. It's like that. There's nothing there. My appreciation of nostalgia is very different, for example, in this key respect. When I think back on like the 90s, what am I nostalgic for? Anything to do with the 90s? No. 90s nostalgia for me is 2000s nostalgia. Why? Because it's, oh my God, look at all this media that's now available to distract us from how fucking boring the 90s were.
Really?
Oh my God.
The 90s were not boring.
The 90s were not boring.
Like I don't have the same nostalgia for it, but
the 90s were not boring for you because you had shit. There was literally nothing. It was public access television, Saturday morning cartoons, and that's it. There's nothing there because what is Canada? It's endless suburbs. There's nothing here. There was nothing there.
Denver was not wildly off from that. At the time, especially, it's changed as a city a little bit, but it was endless suburbs. But it was a different time. Like again, the nature of going out, the nature of doing things, and how you did it. They're destroying my mall. There, we'll do a mini like lamenting of sadness for 2 seconds because I find mall culture is fascinating to me and how it's changed significantly over time, because one of the things that's happening is 1 second.
The pastels of the 90s have the counterpoint of gritty counterculture. Among adults and teenagers, children are not part of a counterculture because children don't have exposure to what their parents don't let them have exposure to. A lot of the stuff I wasn't even aware existed. And compound this with a conservative religious terror of these things that is inculcated from a very young age. You think these things are spiritually dangerous, and you need to understand, like, you have told children that if they absorb certain things, they will burn forever. Like, people don't experience stuff in that way. We're not even talking about conservatism at this point. We're talking about, like, I was on an alien planet. Have you sought them out since? No, because I have no taste for them. Like, it does nothing for me. I can appreciate it analyzing. It's like, okay, look, I get how people like get a lot of like intensity and stuff out of this, and I can appreciate like the references and things it's responding to. But it doesn't sync with me at all. Like, a lot of this shit is just like, it's irritating. Like, I just can't enjoy it. I constitutionally can't enjoy it.
And whereas people who've overindulged media,
like,
you know, I have, it's quite the opposite.
And like stuff that would excite you and justifiably so bores me.
Excite me is the wrong word. Again, this is the way that desire moves through structures and how we find those things and how nostalgia plays specifically. And it's again, just to go over. So this is basically most of my life took place in this little block here. This is Littleton, Colorado. Where I grew up is down here at the bottom. My high school, which you may have heard of at one point or another, right here. And most of my jobs occurred in this larger area here. Same with everyone else. This was like the only place to shop. This entire city of Littleton, you can see there's all these fucking houses. Mm-hmm. This is the shopping area. It was up this road right here. So it was like where Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, Best Buy, Media Play, all of that stuff. But right here in the middle, you can see this huge fucking nightmare asphalt. And this is Southwest Plaza. They're knocking it down. It's apparently being destroyed. And this was like, at the time, it was one of the high-end fucking malls in the state or half the country. There were headlines about it and a huge number of stores. And the number of like memories I have from when I was like literally 4 all the way through to when I was like 20. And the days you would spend here in the summers because you'd mall rat. It was a real thing. You just go hang out at the mall. You'd date a couple girls from different places. You run into people. You'd work somewhere for 2 days and then go to another place. The community of people that existed inside this mall was so wide ranging that I would be working. Like I worked Hot Topic for like 2 months there. And then they had an EB Games. My brother would work, who's like the opposite of me. If you ever saw him, you wouldn't believe he's my brother.
You ever seen how small this place is?
See how small?
Zoom out for a second. I want to show you something, just so you get a sense of this. Zoom out. Okay. Watch how wide that expanse goes.
Yeah, this is.
And
Denver.
look how it doesn't end. Look how it just keeps on going in all directions. Okay.
Yeah, this is Denver. Okay. Down here is Highlands Ranch, which is like 104th Street
South.
Check this out. All the way north, by the way, and this is where like
I understand. Check this out. Okay, this is today. This is after decades of development.
Where do you want me to head?
I'm not. I sent you a screenshot.
Just tell me where to go.
Goldstream Avenue. Go to Goldstream Avenue, BC.
Victoria. Doop, 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 doop,
now zoom out. And look how fast it ends.
Yeah, it's quick.
This is, again, decades. The population has like quadrupled or something since I came here. So when you're looking at this, you're looking at a place that is borderline rural, but is still suburbia. Doesn't have any of the benefits of being rural. You're just largely in an endless parking lot. And there is nothing there. Now take away internet, because that's a new thing at this point in time. Like there's no opportunity to
fight that
things.
Again, you're not going to be able to fight that.
Comic store that was accessible. Like, just to put this into perspective,
we had comic stores in walking distance. Yeah,
we didn't. There was literally nothing.
I get it.
Nothing. There was the Royal BC Museum.
I get it. And when you go back, everything was in this area. The mall, you'd literally like live at. Like, and when I say that, I mean like all day. Like you'd spend all day. You'd have lunch. You'd have dinner, breakfast sometimes, depending if the Chinese place opened up early. Like that kind of shit. It was a completely different world, and it's hard to like even talk about what that meant because you didn't go a lot of places. To go to Denver, now they have light rail, which is above ground rail and all that shit. But it was a good half-hour drive to get down to Denver proper from Littleton down here. Okay. So Littleton's down in the middle here. You make your way all the way up to Denver up here, downtown in order to kind of do stuff. And this is where like, you know, Ogden Theater, Mammoth Theater, Bluebird, all the venues plus sports and everything. So you wouldn't really go there very often. Cost a lot of money. Bus routes were shit. You know, RTD was awful. So you'd stay here. And this is where most of, I think, thousands of kids, their lives kind of took place in this weird block area.
Well, that's why this is so interesting. So there's another point. Go back to where I was showing you before, because it's actually very interesting.
So just real quick, this building right here is actually where my dad's office was for like most of his life. So his office was on the first floor here. So when I say most of my life occurred right in this area, it's very much like that's the way it worked. It was wild. What do you want me to look at?
Run to the washroom for a sec. You keep reminiscing. I'll be right back.
You do that. I'm happy to. It's a completely strange sort of shift. And when you talk about the change over time, that's the part that I think is really fascinating for you kids. Like, it's a very, very different space. Our biggest deal was like worrying about curfew, which was a thing, midnight curfew, unless you were driving home. But that was it. It was quiet. There wasn't a lot going on. And then one day, that all changed. But this was like the entire thing. And if you just head straight down, it's like, oh, look, here's down the street right here. Right here was my junior high, right in the middle. And then Safeway, and then where I grew up, my parents' house, right here. So it's just this really tiny area most of my life. And then as soon as I could drive myself, as soon as I could get out of there, occasionally going to Denver, then both my brother and I did the same thing. We got the fuck out of Colorado. We never looked back. We're like fucking done beyond words. And it's a wild thing to consider. What is a shopping mall? You see, shaky. I'm having a hard time to know if you're fucking with me. And something was this during the very racist era that cost Colorado a lot of things like TV shows and such. Oh, dude, the 90s was, yeah. My high school had multiple major racial incidents, major, like really, really, really racist incidents. And so, when you talk about it, one sec, we'll go ahead and,
Where are we going now?
Oh, we're just going to watch the thing in the background because I think Shakespeare actually asked, so what exactly was a shopping mall? Because that's fair. Like I don't know if you've ever been in a proper shopping mall. Have you?
I have been in a proper shopping malls are everywhere. Everyone's been in a shopping mall.
Well,
everyone's been in there are shopping malls in Iran. Everyone's been in a shopping mall.
I mean, but you've never been to Iran.
I've seen shopping malls in Iran. People take GoPros through them so you can actually see them. It's actually pretty interesting.
Okay. Let's see. We'll jump a little bit. Because this is ours. This was mine. This is I think it's fascinating.
That's what shopping malls look like here. They look the same everywhere. Shopping malls.
Yeah, this is the latest build. It's empty also. And this is like maybe a thing we could even spend some time on because I've been fascinated following all these malls slowly collapsing.
Just emptying. It's been the same here. They're all closing. Rents
they're all collapsing. Southwest Plaza was like a force in the area. But also, just to go back, the first mall that it was a big deal in Colorado too was Cinderella City, which is kind of incredible. It's such a big deal that there's actually like groups online trying to rebuild it in Unreal. Like there's followings of this because of the nostalgia for it is so fucking extreme. But it also was gigantic. It was large in a way that didn't make a lot of sense for what it was. They had an entire underground area. Actually, I think we're going to have the simulation video playing because I find it entertaining as shit. We can talk about that in the background. It was built in the 60s, 50s, like early on. And they had entire areas that were like dedicated. It was one of the first of its kind. At the time, it was the largest indoor space in America. And this was in Inglewood, Colorado. So like, this is where my mom went. She worked here when she was a kid. Because again, American mall culture was huge. And so when she was like, in her 20s, she was going there. And so they had these huge, gigantic open areas that were large for the sake of being large. With like to the point of kind of stupidity, to be perfectly frank. And then they had underground areas called Cinderella, which is like small farmers shop style things, really strange sort of setup. And when that closed down, it was like a tragedy for the area. It happened in like early 2000s. And it just completely changed how everything was handled shop wise. And even though other stuff was moving to other malls, when you start talking about like Southwest Plaza and these others, they're closing across the board because retail's shifting. The most marked is, one second. There's what was the main mall in San Francisco. And again, we used to go there when I lived there. I lived literally like 3 blocks away. And so I was going all the time. You'd go for food, you'd go say hi to friends, you grab a coffee. There was a bunch of really great coffee spaces. I'd go buy jeans, whatever. Like, it was a mall, and it was always packed. And it is flatly empty. They're at 80% vacancies now. And like, the big stores are all shutting down.
Yeah, it's exactly the same here. We had Spencer go through all that stuff. It was the same across the board. Malls are more or less identical internationally.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, like they've declined almost synchronously. It's actually one of the weird commonalities between things, because like all the other shops were not like this. Malls were like sort of centers that were generally ahead, or at the very least at the cutting edge of things. One of the things I was going to bring up that's very interesting is like, you think of newly developed spaces, and we sort of associate that with modernism, with newness, and so on and so forth. It's not really the case. Who takes off to the frontier where things aren't developed? It's the people with the distaste for the new. They go to places where things are untouched by culture and so on and so forth. So you wind the clock back here. It doesn't just shrink. All the people are old.
Yep.
They're old or conservative, usually both. And so you don't have markets for new things. And you have really weird stuff happen to the people who develop here. And we turn out like some of the weirdest, kookiest conservatives. Go figure.
Yeah. Because things continually do change. And it's one of those that...
Like, I don't joke about Canada sucking, guys. Canada sucks. There's a lot to like, just to be clear. Like, there's a lot here to like.
Healthcare.
But on a basic level, like if you were just dropped, period, without any of these extenuating concerns, and you were just experiencing the void that is Canada, you would learn very quickly. There's nothing here. There's nothing there.
I've driven through a lot. There is nothing there.
It's an endless expanse of gas stations. It's like everywhere is the most boring, desolate part of like a freeway that you've ever seen, but less busy. Toronto's great. Yeah, Toronto's great because at the heart of it, at a little dense part right in the middle, it's like an actual city. That's why. It's yeah. By the way, we still like completely neglect our homeless population, and it's just a complete disgusting shit show nonetheless. Way more so than on the order of larger cities too. It's awful. Downtown Victoria is disgusting. We hate going there because it's just total neglect. The rich people's houses are all hidden by hedges. They're just out in the middle of, they're completely separate, and just everything else is left to rot. All the stores are still leaving. It's like the sprawl from Neuromancer.
This just makes me realize that there is now a generation that has no idea where Dawn of the Dead, 1978 and 2004, takes place.
People are gonna look back and watch. Speaking of History Sunday, historians looking back at Dawn of the Dead, going, where would they ever find these giant buildings to go in?
I think a better question is, why the hell would you hide out in a mall during a zombie outbreak? It's like the worst place imaginable.
It's like the best place imaginable.
It's the worst place imaginable. Like, think about it for 5 seconds. It's got openings everywhere. It's designed to allow large masses of people to move efficiently between zones.
But it's corralled. You can see down those hallways. You can control access a lot easier.
You can't. They're wide. Like, you can control access maybe on an escalator, like a small escalator. But like here, you can't control access here. You may as well be outside in the middle of the highway. Except in the middle of the highway, you at least have the ability to run in any which direction, most likely. I think they picked a shopping mall because they were trying to comment on stuff, and a shopping mall was more, useful for that. I love that scene where he's just like putting the money in the bag, just like you never know. I love that so much. That's the only part of the movie I really remember, and the remake is terrible. But I love that part from the original.
It's a very fascinating thing when you start talking about kind of the shift, because again, one of the challenges I think you run into, and it's one of the things I've been talking about with friends of mine, the games industry or any industry, the only way it grows necessarily is by bringing in new blood. How do you bring new blood into an industry? Traditionally, there's been a handful of ways, but it tends to be networking. And you network at events, you network at parties, you have friends of friends, you do whatever you can, apply to get those sort of entry-level gigs. Both my brother and I owe the Game Developers Conference as well as Austin Games Conference and E3 actually, kind of for our games career, came from these events by networking, by going and all of that. This ended. Like, the recruiters don't really go to these events anymore. They don't meet people, and the parties at them are dying. The events themselves are almost completely useless. And it's not just that, it's film tech. NAB is, if you're not in film or the sort of tech side of things, it's that conference where it's like the tech behind film and filmmaking. Those same thing. You don't have these large gatherings, these big setups that enable that secondary networking. And so I don't actually know. And that's, again, I think the nostalgia comes when we see something like these old malls, like Cinderella City, Southwest Plaza, whatever it is. These were gathering places where you could run into people. And the happenstance of that, I think, is incredibly magical. And while it's gone, it's not so much that I mourn malls. It's all the stuff that came with it that we don't even consider. And happenstance meetings is completely gone.
Well, you know what a great illustration of this is? Are the best quote unquote political games, right? The ones that everybody recognizes as political video games. BioShock. They're designed after malls. We identify malls as like the locus of interesting social stuff happening. That's where things are. It's a condensed little city into a space where people are actually forced to interact as human beings. And we just don't have that anymore. That is the last bastion of like the old dense style of urban design that you'll see in like pictures of like before and after in like a James C. Scott book, where he'll show like, this is how cities used to be designed based on like tracked usage and whatnot. They're dense. They're areas where every single bit of square space, you have a reason to be in them. So you have like buzz going on. You have eyes on the street in like Jane Jacobs lingo. You have like, there is a social thing happening in this thing. It's not just like on a modern downtown street corner in Canada mostly, where it's just highway, building, parking lot, and nobody around because you're either in your car or in the building, and there's no reason to be outside unless you're homeless. So naturally, oftentimes there are tent cities outside of them instead. But like, that is where that happened. That density that people associate with charming European cities, that all happened in malls. That's the only place where that happened. That's why people gravitated towards them. And it's gone. And what's taken its place? Well, nothing, because the reason why it's gone is because people have stopped going outside.
It's a combination of things. People have stopped going outside. People have stopped being able to afford to buy things that way. Yes. It's easier to buy on Amazon. It's easier to buy online. But also at the same time, and we know this because again, the history of this is bare fact. Retail was killed by hedge funds, like because the mall, Cinderella City, for example, or Toys R Us or Circuit City, pick a fucking group. The land they owned was prime shit, and they made it prime shit by existing and turning it into a place that people would go. And obviously things were built around it in order to support the overall economy of that space. And as soon as it ended, they went, oh, well, what can we do? Well, if I come in and I do a leveraged buyout of Cinderella City or Toys R Us, and we put them in debt, we can actually get them to actually sell us the land in order to make up for the debt. And then we rent the land back to them and make a fortune until we destroy them. And then ultimately we'll turn it into homes and other things to rent out to people. That thing is this overcapitalization of land that ultimately created the community spaces and then ate them alive. And the loss of that is something that there is nothing that has replaced it or will. And we've constantly tried. Apps have tried to come out, Facebook and Clubhouse and all these digital versions that will simply never be able to take the place of in-person randomness, to the point where we now have a generation, and I'm watching it with my kids. I'm stunned with it, because people your age and younger who are having kids, they don't like talking to new people.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, it's a thing. I go to the
it is a thing.
You don't like talking to people. I'll say hi to someone or I'll make a comment and they'll look at me like I'm insane.
Yeah.
And it's
because you're a pedophile, Brooks. If you're an adult male and you talk to children, you're a pedophile.
I talk to not the kids, the parents.
If you approach, then you're a rapist or a mugger or something. We're terrified of each other.
It's an entire generation who don't have random happenstance isn't a thing. And this is to go back to like the good old days when Zizek wasn't shit. It's one of the things he lamented about online dating and the move towards online is that it's trying to have love without the fall, without the accident, without the event, without the happenstance nature of things, the randomness. The more that we can eliminate randomness from our lives, the better off we are. That thing is incredibly dangerous to the human condition. I think randomness and uncertainty and chaos is the beauty of life. And all of this is ultimately removing it without anything being backstopped into place.
Well, I mean, among other things, even at just a basic bitch level that any incel could recognize, the nature of dating apps is that you are always interacting with people on fundamentally a surface level and building from that point on.
Cynical first, yeah.
Which means the cynical start is like one thing, but there is actually no way to escape the fungibility of everybody there. You are aware that you signed up for an app and you acquire this person via specific measures, and that can be done again. And the dating part never ends. See, because like the thing is, if you're meeting people in real life, you get to a point where you're going on a date because you made an impression in person. Now people are going on dates with people. They don't know how they smell before they meet them. Like that's... Yeah.
And this is to go into Byung-Chul Han in The Swarm. Phenomenal writing on that.
Saving Beauty is very good too, by the way.
Yeah, fantastic. The critique underneath it is that there's a billion parts of a person that we actually don't notice that we care about. How someone looks around the room, how they smack their lips, how they move, how they itch, how they scratch their head. They're just the billion signals that aren't signals or meaningful unto themselves, but collectively become that person to us, are gone digitally. And when we see them in person, all of those things become a negative. They become a divot in the perfectly manicured lawn that over and over sort of chips at that, because anything that isn't perfection, anything that isn't that flawless thing, becomes a negative by definition. We start from the position of pretending we have a whole person. And it's a completely backwards way of sort of dealing with other people overall. That is, again, one of the reasons that I continually say that the internet and social media by definition is reactionary in its function. And I think that's a major part of it.
Shakespeare asks, have either of us read The Agony of Eros? I haven't. Have you?
I've read everything by Byung-Chul Han.
Of course you have. Why not?
I like his writing. I tend to disagree with some of his more direct work. He has two forms of theory. One is that he's really building direct theory, and the other is where he's being a commentator. His commentator work I find incisive and brilliant.
I would say Saving Beauty is more commentator work. I would say.
Yes, it is. Anything that's more commentator is great from him. Anything where he tries to be more of a serious theorist, I find lacking and a little bit depressing.
Well, because he is that kind of Zizek figure, and he's marketed as such. He's like, here's the weird guy you've never heard of. He's got a bunch of really slick paperbacks on the shelf, but he's actually generally good. Zizek's kind of the opposite. Zizek's commentary tends to suck. His theory tends to be very good, or at least I can't claim to have read like everything he's written, but like what I have read of his, certainly from like before I was born, was very good.
Zizek's core theory is fantastic. Ticklish subject is one of his better, but I think all the way through, less than zero is good. It's not my thing, and it doesn't work for me, but it's still good. He's very good at what he does. At least he used to be. Used to be.
You know how there's been like a move towards like light novels and having like estimated reading times on articles and so on and so forth. Byung-Chul Han to much lesser extent, but also like Zizek, I think they've been consumed by that, where in the interest of making their work digestible to an audience that really has no interest in philosophy, they've dumbed down a lot, and they've also been like rewarded for repeat performances of the same. And it's sad to see, because like, God, you read stuff from even just like 50 years ago, less than that even, and you look at like what the quality of public intellectuals were back then. Like, we are in a dark place, just civilizationally.
I think we're actually in the most extraordinary time. I think
that's a sinister. There's a sinister inflection to that, but yeah.
No, I think we have some of the best writing that's ever been done in the work on all these thinkers and thought that's way beyond what we would have had even a couple decades ago.
Oh no, I will agree with that wholeheartedly. But here's the thing:
of other things and incentives that are challenging that. David Lapoujade, who's doing an extraordinary amount of work with Deleuze, just as a particular name, is so fucking good,
but unknown.
He's not known outside of these circles.
But that's my point. That's my point, though. See, because like, I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, the wealth of material that's available and its quality is unprecedented and unparalleled. Poor Deleuze dying when he did, bluntly. Like, I would have loved to see people like that writing today, and you do. They won't be recognized for a little while. But this stuff is less accessible in a serious way than it's ever been. And not because the material's not there, but because there are so many like side paths to nowhere that everyone is going down that nobody finds it. Like, we have, as if to illustrate, like, we have so many people now who are watching content like this on YouTube, more engaged in this content than ever before. And it's one of the most isolated populations at aggregate scale in history. Like, people who watch Wick TV, people who watch Tim Pool, are politically interested in a way that is unusual.
Yes.
Now think of all the degrees between that and being aware of someone like Byung-Chul Han, outside of you happen to find him on a bookshelf at your university, which you have to go to university, which you have to not be like, you see what I mean? Like, it's more buried than ever before at the same time, and not in the sense of being less accessible, but in the sense of like, there's just being so much more on top of it. Just to get to it requires so many accidents.
I would be up if you're down for it.
Sure. What are you thinking?
Well, I've got an Undercurrents video. Given that our friend Giannis decided to go on Undercurrents, I wanted to do a comment on their latest one, where she has on this woman named Shelby Talcott talking about how Trump may have planned the tariff chaos. And it's one of the most, like, I watched 20 seconds of it and went, this would be a fun thing for us to spend some time with. It's only 25 minutes. I think it'd be
that
fun.
Bad?
I mean, it's with what we're talking about, the empty position. I think it would be a very good place for us to spend time.
All right, let's do it.
But I think if you're up for it, I want to take 5 minutes, get some more tea. I need to use the restroom and a couple things. Unless you want to handle things yourself for a few minutes, then I can
go get tea.
All right, I'll be back in a moment.
Go get tea. Chat. By the way, reminder: we have just been monetized. You'll notice some of you have green names in the chat. You can now donate super chats through YouTube, and you can donate memberships. You are also, by the way, encouraged. Brooks, go to the bathroom already. Go get tea. Oh, he is gone. Okay, I was behind in my scroll here. You are still encouraged to donate through Stream Elements. Why? Because YouTube takes 30% of all your donations. So if you want us to actually benefit primarily, and if you want TTS to read out your comment, donate through Stream Elements. Otherwise, you can donate memberships, you can donate super chats, like and subscribe to the channel. This place being monetized, this is now going to be one of my primary hunts. This will now be one of Brooks's primary haunts. We're going to be here 3 days a week, every week, 2 p.m., Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yeah, you can donate. You can donate Shrek the Third. I know, right? Crazy. Absolutely insane. Shrek the Third, what do you mean I've been aggressive this call? I've been agreeing with most everything Brooks has said, which is unusual. This is what happens when you have a poli-sci background in a conservative family growing up, and you then argue with a critical theorist who went to metal raves as if they're the same thing. Look, guys. Look, this is xenophobia, okay? Not all of us have the same upbringing you did. You need aggression to get a word in sometimes. Sometimes.
Money, 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 money.
I reject your memberships in the name of that 30% cut.
Thank you, Lisa, for the $10. I appreciate it. I did say it was a pet. I did. Well, no, no. I wasn't saying he was a pedophile. I was saying if you fill that role, you're perceived as a pedophile. Ugh. It's outside weed eating. I hope my landlord doesn't hear me screaming the word pedophile while he's weed whacking. Metal raves. Look, guys. My childhood was Ocarina of Time and Pokemon cards, okay? I had a better childhood. Resident Evil was spooky for me in a way you can't even understand. I heard Brooks's toilet flush. I don't know if you can hear that, but I appreciate the vulnerability. Sunday Wick is on Tim Pool's podcast right now. Yeah, I'll be covering that. Don't worry. That's going to be in my channeling, though. I don't think Brooks wants to
Keep up the good work. Glad urban design is political.
It is very political. Thank you, Eric Adams. Appreciate it. Pokemon cards are cool. They were cooler. They were cooler. When they were new, they were cooler. They were more cool once. Oh. My first one was a Charmeleon. And that was gifted by some rando. I can't remember his name. The giant spiders in Remake were made by someone who hates me personally. I thought the giant spiders in the original were scarier, to be honest. I like the fixed camera angles of the original. I feel like the remakes have lost what made Resident Evil, personally. But I have a refined taste that not everybody can appreciate. The pig guard dudes who rushed you in the forest in Ocarina of Time gave me nightmares. For me, it was the Redeads. The Redeads gave me nightmares. I remember the first time I went into the graveyard, and I went into a grave. I was like, oh, what's that weird monkey character at the end? That's an NPC. Monkey NPC. I'm going to go talk to the monkey person. And it was a zombie. And I shut the N64 off because it had a switch back then. They had switches. They had mechanical switches. You had to pull them. I wonder if N64 still works. I should try booting that out.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to pull up one article and then we'll get to it.
We're at almost 3 hours. Okay, what's the article?
No, it's going to fit in because it's going to matter. This is too funny not to fucking mention as a thing.
All right.
And then we'll go right into it. Don't worry. We will go right into it.
I don't believe you. Okay.
Turns out no one at the ports is collecting Trump's tariffs.
Okay, that was good.
This is why Trump knows what he's doing as a meme. I think I had to. That's why I had to. Thanks to a technical glitch, Donald Trump's tariffs haven't even been collected at U.S. ports. On Fridays, Customer Board Production reported that an entry code in the U.S. system for American ships to use to have their freight exempted from tariffs isn't working. The issue is being reviewed. As a result, no tariffs are being collected by the U.S. government for the time being.
Oh my God. All the fun and none of the responsibility.
U.S. shippers told the news outlet that they had not been charged higher tariff rates on their containers as recently as Thursday.
Stop reading. I'm cutting off the text. You need to shrink it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is most unprofessional.
That's fine. Fuck people. They don't need to read. They don't need to read stuff. I'm reading for them. That's the whole point.
It's the principle of the thing.
U.S. shippers told news outlets they had not been charged higher tariff rates on their containers as recently as Thursday, despite Trump's claims that tariffs are in effect and are being collected. This latest Snafu, which is a great word to use for this, is on top of the fact that many companies and industry groups are still unsure of when tariffs will be collected, especially since Trump keeps changing the rates erratically in social media posts.
They have no idea what. Well, here's the thing. Like, why is this news? Because they fired everyone who'd be responsible for keeping track of this. Like,
they actually did.
You throw your entire bureaucracy into turmoil. Hey, who's managing the fucking tariffs, genius?
This is one of my favorite lines. This is what I said the other day. There's been some confusion on what President Trump has said in social media posts and on when the tariff starts and what is written in executive order. Social media posts are not law on the pause and increase in tariffs. With the constant changes to regulation, all customs brokers in our industry have a difficult task ahead of them. I love it. For now, CBP is telling shippers to pay duties and tariffs within 10 days of their cargo's release, in which time it expects the glitch to be resolved. But the whole mess is just further evidence of complete lack of strategy, planning, or direction with Trump's tariffs. It doesn't inspire confidence for the markets, hedge funds, manufacturing workers, or anyone outside of MAGA world.
Oh my God. His tariff. No. The tariffs were just Trump saying we're putting up tariffs.
Yes.
He just said it.
I told you. We talked about this. I've been trying to figure out, like, what is a...
Yeah, but we didn't believe it. We didn't internalize it.
Yeah, because you can't just say it on True Social. Like, a post doesn't make the thing.
Oh, this is actually terrifying. This is genuinely terrifying.
Yes.
There's no structure. There's no structure. There's no like chain of command.
Yep. I mean, again, we just talked about this, and I think it's the way I'll talk about it from now on, and I think it would be the way to consider this. The reality is that we live in a time and a space in which the position of the dictator or the leader or whatever, that thing is empty. It's empty. There's nothing in there. And there isn't. It's just flatly empty. It's just empty. Speaking of empty people, here is Undercurrents. You ready?
No.
Nope. All right. Well, we don't.
Although you're gonna wanna like center it.
Oh yeah, I'm going through the process.
You're also, you know what's really bothering me, Brooks? Just
what is it?
A lot.
What's bothering you, Sunday?
Your continued need to make me smaller than you on the screen.
I assert dominance, however I do. I'm gonna slide myself over here. Let's move Sunday a little bit here. I'm not wildly smaller. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm still shorter.
I mean, in real life too, so that's normal.
Yeah, but I'm wider.
We need to get you a booster seat.
You may be taller, but I'm bulkier. Okay, I'm the more intimidating one.
I don't think that's going to be true.
Oh, that's very true.
I
did nothing but push-ups in high school and felt like a tank.
Yeah, but come on. I'm a fucking big motherfucker. So this is Shelby Talcott, and we went over Emily Jashinsky, who's from the Federalist Society. Not known for their, like, middle of the road or even reasonable takes, right?
You're going to actually have to educate me on the Federalist Society a little bit.
The Federalist Society. So, there is a group, there's a cabal of assholes who have basically...
Oh, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. Okay, I know. Yeah.
They're the people who basically rebuilt the judiciary and found people while they were in law school, multiple, by the way, that they groomed and built and put in positions of power so they could then be put into the Supreme Court to take down Roe v. Wade and do what they're doing to the government right now. Federal Society are some of the worst humans alive. Genuinely. Nope.
Sunday T-pose to show dominance.
Sadly, you can't see it because I've cut off his arms.
I'm doing it, though.
He is doing it. This is accurate. She's from the Federalist Society. Fucking, like, this is not a person. And again, she's this. We're not going to do.
You're going to just stop there. This is not a person.
She's not a person.
NPC.
She sucks. She sucks. She sucks, and we can kind of end most of it there. But the way she goes about what she does,
Jesus,
she's awful.
I disavow. Sorry, go on.
She's a conservative talking head at best. Genuinely, she's just the fucking worst. When we talk about who we're about to see in here, though, because this is Shelby Talcott. Who's Shelby Talcott? What's her background? I mean, she's got to be.
Hang on. Wait, why were you saying that like you knew and like that was a rhetorical question that you were going to answer with an explication? Who is Shelby Talcott? Well, who the fuck is that?
Because it's fun to ask that way, because most people wouldn't go. She was a tennis pro who ended up moving from that into conservative media.
Was she good? Well, she was a tennis pro, so she must be good.
I mean, she's better than me.
So she's like a tennis ubermensch. No wonder she's in conservative media. That's what they're all about. It's getting, the physical cream of the crop in positions of power. That's what conservatives are about these days. That's why all the Republicans are these like chiseled Ayn Rand like statuesque figures.
Yeah, she's genuinely awful. And these people are hardline, extreme right-wingers and acting like they're not.
Has there ever really been a Trump? Is it just I? Has he always had 6 fingers?
You mispronounced A1. But
it's A1. Come on, be educated.
For the record, though, Trump wouldn't be an AI. AI would do better.
I would probably do a lot better.
AI would do a lot better.
So we are going to watch as a former tennis pro with no other qualifications talks to a talking head groomed by the Federalist Society to tell us how smart Trump actually is. Ready for it?
Oh, no.
Clearly, as far as Wall Street is concerned, the question then is what happens now? As we covered on yesterday's show, the most obvious and consequential open question is what Donald Trump's deals will look like with those countries we're told who were spared the penguin tariffs and have been calling the Trump administration to apparently get deals. One thing I just want to pause on right there. We haven't gotten a lot of information over the last 24 hours.
We haven't gotten a lot of information on the deals. Did you know that, Sunday? She's a reporter. She's reporting news.
Look, my expectations are... Is she not shitting and farting on the camera? She's doing okay.
Yeah. I mean, she might be. It's all about that audio engineering.
Particularly, about what those deals are, about what those deals might look like. And that's especially important as we've seen evidence of the EU, for example, cutting a deal with China. If the United States is creating this dichotomy where people are encouraged to take bets on U.S. investments rather than Chinese investments with those high tariffs, that's not a good sign. Again, not surprising. Our attitude here all week has been, these are open questions. Jury is still out. I haven't been willing to conclusively say disaster or success one way or another, but I will say just in the last 24 hours, the lack of evidence that there are some really great deals pending with all of these countries that will pull them closer to us and further from China is definitely not a great sign for the administration, in addition to a lack of really any intellectual energy around the idea of an industrial policy on Capitol Hill. They were able to pass the framework for a budget. That was a big win for Trump. It looked like it was very, very iffy there, and the Freedom Caucus was revolting. But what we're not apparently going to see is a lot of efforts to augment these tariffs, because there's basically nobody in Republican circles talking about the momentum on Capitol Hill, or showing that there's momentum on Capitol Hill for policies like that, which would help onshore in ways that make sense. So
it's hilarious to see her talking about this, because there's two parts to this, and it's a thing that they've said they're planning on or whatever. And again, she's acting as if there's any semblance of reality here. The tariffs need to be met with investment. This is what China's doing. China isn't just saying tariff the U.S., fuck everyone else. Yes. They're tariffing, and then they're doing a fuck ton of subsidizing of various industries, onshoring them, bringing them in, building more factories. They've been doing this for years. This isn't new. We don't do that. We support the big businesses that are there.
You do?
We do.
You know what we do?
What do we do?
You make me narrower than you on the screen to assert dominance. I don't appreciate it. I see what you're doing. I don't approve. It's better.
You need to be larger. That way people listen to your points.
The last 24 hours, I think the jury has moved closer to one direction. But listen, those deals are being hammered out in real time.
No, they're not.
Along with the potential 90-day pause itself, which could change.
Okay, this is awkward. Make me smaller.
If that's actually...
Stop that.
What? What do you mean? What's awkward? Is that better?
I have to reconfigure my entire seating arrangement every time you move this because my camera is like there.
I can adjust you. You're good. I can adjust you. You're good. She just said that she's pretty sure there is a direction. She didn't imply which one it is. What's going to be really interesting. It's going to be a fun thing to watch.
A 90-day pause. Maybe it turns into a 70-day pause. Maybe it turns into a permanent pause. So there's a lot still up in the air, which is obviously still affecting the markets. And how this shakes out may depend in no small part on who wins the White House's internal power struggle. When Trump answered questions shortly after implementing the pause, he mentioned a Fox Business appearance from Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan Chase CEO, that influenced his decision. And what else did Dimon say in that interview? Well, he said Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent should lead behind the scenes. Let's take a listen.
And then, of course, when they put the tariffs in, it was way beyond what people expected. That will cause a little inflation, slow down growth. But I hope what they really do is let Scott Bessent, who I think is a professional, negotiate. I know Japan's here, I gather Korea, Vietnam have called, and then eventually Europe. Get those things done.
See, they're acting like countries calling to have a conversation is like progress. Like it's one of those things that I'm seeing this in all these conservative conversations, and all I can think is like, we had trade deals with all of these countries that you blew up. The idea that after you blow them up, they called to figure out what's happening is not progress. Like, if we, hey, Brooks, come over for a party, cool, and then I set your house on fire, you're going to call me. That's not like good news. It's a very weird narrative. They're
now, I mean, you say this, but I actually don't believe that America had trade deals with the Herd Islands, the Herd McDonald Islands. Just saying.
We did with Japan. We did with the EU. We did with Mexico. Did with Canada. They had a big one with China that we fucked with a lot with the WTO. They did too. Like, again, but it's...
And quickly. If you want to calm down the markets, show progress in those things, and let Scott take the time. Trade deals are very large and very complex.
So Politico reported yesterday that Trump is, quote, shaking up his trade team. Megan Messerly reported on X the new hierarchy is, quote, Besant leading with Lutnick still involved, but now, quote,
Wait,
bad
hang on.
cop and Navarro
Slow
sidelined.
down.
Three people
Just
close.
stop for a second. He has. Why is this not like disaster? Trump is shaking up his trade team. He's just started. Why are you shaking up your trade team when you've just? How bad is it that that's the case?
3 days.
Like, Jesus Christ.
3 days, and you shake your entire trade team up, and you don't reverse course. Again, this is, when we talk about all those pressures and the empty position that he operates in, like a hollow wind tunnel with wind pushing in a bunch of directions and we don't know how it's going to turn out. That's the closest thing. Because it's, look, here's Chase, JP Morgan Chase yelling at him. He does it. And again, Besant, protege and out of Soros. He's part of the Soros camp and lessons. And if you don't know George Soros' history.
He's the bad cop, though. He's the bad cop.
No,
Lutnick's the bad cop. Never mind.
Yeah, Navarro sidelined because his buddy Avnaro stopped showing up for meetings.
Oh, that's good.
To the White House tell me and Ari Hawkins. So Wall Street's guy seems to be in the driver's seat with a sympathetic ear from Trump, who was openly swayed by the bond markets and by the CEO of JP Morgan Chase. So our friend Shelby Talcott, White House correspondent for Semaphore, has been covering all of this from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Her report on, quote, Team Tariff versus Team Econ in the White House was instrumental in helping people on the outside understand what was going on behind closed doors this week. Shelby joins us now to go behind the scenes for the sake of clarifying what might happen in the days and weeks ahead. We're so lucky to get a slice of her time on this busy week. So Shelby, thanks for being here. Have you ever been the victim of a
what? Finish that sentence, please.
No, why would you edit it like this? We've been having discussions about how you intro. She did all the intros.
We need to have a discussion about how you title things. Could we take a brief digression on your initial title? For the Nosferatu conversation, which I can't imagine why that had low views. Like, what was it? Succumb to the familiar structures of all his other movies, :1.
Well, the colon was a mistake, but
there was a typo in the title. Sorry, go on.
There's a typo in the title. Succumb to the darkness was the tagline of the film.
Oh,
I don't give a shit. You fucking do it. You fucking do whatever
you
did.
Do. I fixed it. I fixed your mistake. It's okay.
You go through. It's a lot of work for you to do that for that video.
It was.
This video, so we're at 436, just to go back. She opens with, just to say.
Opened flat today on Friday.
She has an intro.
Lily, that's not
only after.
The big difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0 is that this time around, Trump is truly running the show.
That's her guest, by the way. So she has that as an intro, followed by her intro here.
Markets
followed
open.
By the title card, and then this intro of the thing where she goes through it and gives her little spiel, where then she just says, welcome to guest, right? She watched it, and she's like, welcome, this is great. And then she's wearing a different outfit
with our personal information. And when they mess up, they just move on like nothing happened.
She's doing an ad read for Aura.
Yeah, it's because she probably recorded that once and she just inserts that constantly.
No, of course.
But now it's doing what everybody with an
5 intros for a video.
Yeah.
So we're 6 minutes in. We haven't even gotten to the substance of the video yet.
Money.
7 minutes.
Does China benefit from their tariffs on us goods? Or is this just prick-waving?
Does China benefit from their tariffs? No.
No. Nobody benefits.
There's no winners here.
It's they're betting on the pressure on Trump exceeding his ability to carry these forward into the long term.
Yes, I would also add they're doing it kind of twofold. One, a big reason when we talk about pressure, Xi is not the empty suit that Trump is. No. Xi made his bones specifically like as in the Chinese leadership, in the Communist Party, as the guy who stands up to America. He's like, I'm Xi, I will not do what America says.
Xi also has a reputation for resolve and is terrifying. Trump is terrifying.
He's known for that, yeah.
Trump is terrifying because you don't know what he's going to do because he's an idiot. Xi is terrifying because you don't know what he's going to do because he has actual power.
And he is the kind of guy who will happily, like, I mean, I think he would let a significant chunk of China burn if it made sure that he didn't look bad to the United States or to his own people.
He will publicly execute party members if they do shit that's embarrassing.
Yeah, he's kind of nuts. But there's no winners here. Yeah. The second reason that they're doing it is because there might be winners in the outcome. If they can get, and they're already approached, Australia said no. They're talking to South Africa, Saudi Arabia, multiple African countries are already in, trying to get kind of the BRICS coalition grown. Because if they can create a alternative for the pipeline of manufacturing that is America, it is a win for them. But this requires that they kind of continually up the ante and frustration and anger, because they want Trump also, not just what he did, like, again, what he did by retaliating and upping, and they've upped it. So now we're going to be at like 200% tariffs over the weekend, maybe, who knows? Of course, none of them are being collected, so whatever. But what in the world?
That's what I can't believe that that's the case. This is the whole plan to pay for
all of it.
The tax
everything.
Cuts.
This is the thing.
Well, yeah, but that's because the taxes we're paying for. But how do you like? That's everything. That's the gold.
It's the only thing you got going. It's the only thing you got going, and
even the heist isn't funded. Like, what the fuck? Sorry, go on.
No, it's. I don't know. It's just if they can get and keep placing pressure and keep putting pressure on Trump to react poorly, and he will react poorly because he's a moron, and the people around him are going to continue to help him be a fucking moron. And that moronic shit that he's doing, that whole thing, we want him to keep going. China wants him to keep going. They want him to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. The push behind that is because if they then can sideline others or bring others with them, it'll force other countries to become part of BRICS coalition. They see opportunity there. They really do. On top of it, though, they don't want to have a relationship with the U.S. And this is, I think, the most rational part of this is going to be China. And they've said this lightly in their state-run media. There have been a handful of commentators. China doesn't want a relationship with us that is at the whims of someone who is doing shit like this, because they have 5-year plans. Like, literally, that's what they do. They are built in certain ways, they're set up in certain ways, and it's a lot of work for them to make change. They don't have, as much as Xi is like the dictator or whatever you want to call it. You could say if he were to say we're doing X, they would do X, but it doesn't happen that day. This is not the same thing as Donald Trump on Truth Social says that tariffs are up and everyone assumes they're up. It doesn't work like that for him. So his ability to maneuver and shift is very limited. So they have no choice but to try to force us to become a partner that is longer term. It's why they were very open to Obama's large-scale trade deal with China, because they want a long-term, reliable relationship that they can fuck with in other ways. Because again, they're not exactly good actors in this space. Sorry if that's like a long, crappy response.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You're all good.
It's there's a lot sort of inside of that. It's kind of a nightmare. So, yeah. June asks, could they be angling to usurp the US dollar in the global currency? I mean, at this point, I don't think at any point China wants this to happen, or they're aiming at it, because I don't think that they see a path, nor do a lot of people, that like isn't fraught with lots of pain and death and famine and sadness if the dollar is not the global reserve currency. That's not a thing that happens quietly. And so I don't think they want that, but I think they're making moves in case. I think that's a lot of what they're doing is in case, because they are generally a very conservative government as far as things go, mostly.
last week. You had a great story at Semaphore co-bylined with some of your colleagues about Team Tariff versus Team Econ. Could you start just by telling us what that means? And we can get into who's up and who's down.
Yeah, there's kind of a split internally. Everyone is on board with the general tariffs, to be clear, but it's more who is more focused on the actual tariffs and who's more tariff diehard. And that group is sort of Peter Navarro, who's the president's senior advisor for trade, and Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary. And then you have people who are more focused on the econ aspect. And you've heard that sort of publicly. Scott Bessent, he's one of those folks. And you've seen the shift, right? You've seen sort of Peter Navarro starting out last week saying these tariffs are not a negotiation. This is what we have to do. And then you saw Bessent on TV saying, well, you know, a bunch of countries are negotiating, and he was more focused on looking at the stock market. So there's clearly two camps. Even though everybody's on board with these tariffs, they're thinking about it in very different ways.
So it's Friday. Markets opened pretty flat. Who's up and who's down right now? Politico had a report just in the last 24 hours that Bessent is the king. We heard Jamie Dimon name-check Bessent in his now infamous appearance on Mornings with Maria that Trump openly said changed his mind, which, amusingly enough, Jamie Dimon has seemed to suggest to the press that was his goal. So is it you know, from your sources, is it true that Bessent has come out on top? He's seen as a steady hand, and that Peter Navarro has been sort of relegated to the fringe of the White House personnel?
I wouldn't go so far. I think the big thing is it depends on the hour and the day. So yes, right now Bessent is winning the messaging war. So he has won out on the whole, okay, we should focus on the fact that all these countries are negotiating when it comes to tariffs. But at the same time, you know, Howard Lutnick, for example, is a pretty diehard tariff guy. And he was one of the only other people in the room when the president crafted that message earlier this week, announcing that they were going to do that 90-day pause. So that's notable. Who was not in the room, though? Peter Navarro. So again, that is also notable.
Here.
So yes, I think
quickly?
that there has been.
This is, by the way,
Yeah,
I feel like. So Michael Perez says, "This is Boy Sunday serious." Yes, I am. So here's an example, by the way, just so you know what Xi Jinping is like. This is worth popping on the screen for a brief second.
Yep.
This is from this December. China executes former Communist Party official in £324 million corruption case. Execution coincides with the release of Xi Jinping's speech calling for self-discipline in party. He will actually execute officials in the Communist Party.
Yep.
To send a message. Just so you know, he's not a nice guy. These people aren't playing.
Regional official of the Communist Party executed over 3 billion won.
Imagine if every single time you heard about a Vatican priest being caught in some kind of sex scandal or with overabundant riches that they achieved illicitly, and them getting their heads cut off. That's the level we're talking about. Sorry, go on.
Li Jinping, former party chief of an economic development zone in Inner Mongolia's Halot City, was executed on Tuesday following his last meeting with his family. Fuck me.
The 64-year-old received a death sentence in September 2022 in one of the most high-profile corruption cases in the country for embezzling money, taking bribes, misusing funds, and working with a criminal syndicate. This is white-collar crime. Lee filed an appeal against the sentence but lost it in August, and the death sentence was then approved by the Supreme People's Court in Mongolia. The court ruled that Lee's crimes were extremely severe due to the exceptionally large sums of money he had embezzled and received as bribes, and the nature of the offenses had a widespread negative social impact. This is essentially... Imagine hypothetically that Trump did this to Peter Thiel. Okay, that's what this is like. It's yeah. As a situation test, yeah. So it's like, just so you know, this is what a This is who Trump is playing chicken with. Like, this person is fine with his people starving and dying. He's fine with people in his party being executed. Like, yeah.
Been certainly a shift at the beginning of all of this.
In reference to the Vatican example, don't threaten me with a good time.
And I can't help it. Sorry, Eric Adams. The mayor of New York is just too interesting and hilarious for me to not consider it every time. But thank you, Eric Adams.
What?
Have you not been following Mayor of New York, Eric Adams? No?
No, what happened?
I mean, everything.
He's
mayor. He was like elected in, and he's like a lunatic right winger who he's a nuts. They need to teach Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in school instead of normal finance. That kind of shit.
They don't even teach finance in schools.
I know, he's a fucking lunatic. He was under indictment for bribery, but the case went away after he donated to Trump. like wild shit like that. Eric Adams is a gigantic human piece of shit. He's awful. I can't help it every time I see the name Eric Adams, though. I appreciate it, Eric, though. I do. Unless you are Eric Adams, in which case, keep giving me all the money. I mean, you've been being bribed. You have a lot to give.
Donald Trump was very much following the mentality of Peter Navarro, saying, this is not a negotiation. We're not bluffing around with this. This is how things are going to work. And now you're seeing how the messaging is equal to what Besant has been saying. And that's because Besant went to Mar-a-Lago last weekend and convinced the president that,
I want to talk about how thought works. I want to have this discussion with people so often. Her argument is that these people are reasoning and convincing Trump to do different things. And that's why he's changing his mind. Right? That's what she's saying. That Navarro was the one in charge because he had convinced Trump of his position, but now Besant is convinced Trump otherwise because he went down there and he talked him through it. And Trump understood the logic behind what he was saying or was convinced by his argument.
I thought you were going to remark upon how after having said nothing, her guest having said nothing, Emily's just nodding like,
oh no, we know Emily doesn't listen.
Yes, of course.
Her question is going to be, oh, that's really interesting. I mean, with all that, how would you look at what's coming in the future?
What do you think the consequences are going to be? What do you think this means for us?
Well, I look at what you just said and everything else out there, and I'm just not sure how to make sense of it. How would you make sense of it? And so one of my favorite people I worked with, I'm not going to name names, but there's a phrase called managing downwards when you're a manager. It's about how you sort of figure out ways to, give people orders without giving them orders. You manage downwards. But the thing I've seen a couple of times is people who know how to manage upwards by responding to bosses in certain ways that basically makes the boss do all of the work and give it back to him. And that's what Emily does. She's the upward manager of news. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't think through anything. She sits there and she goes, oh yeah, now stuff and more, keep talking. And it's great. It's magic.
People were freaking out about this and that they had to focus on sort of what the conclusion was going to be because that's what people were looking for.
Interesting. There was this moment on The Five on Fox News yesterday where Jessica Tarlov cited...
They just absolutely didn't take in anything she said. Nope. Interesting. There is no brain in there.
Reporting about Peter Navarro sort of being...
There's a live stream in here. The brilliant thing about Emily's interview style is that she could literally pre-prepare all of the questions and not actually be present for the interview herself, and the content would be identical.
Dude, I wonder if we were to go through and just cut everyone out but Emily, how empty the entire thing would be. I bet you'd be entirely empty. No, it'd be oh yeah, well.
Imagine if we did that and then we just interchanged all of the responses from one interview with another interview and just see if anything changes.
Sidelined, and one of the other hosts, I think it was Jesse Waters, said, what are you talking about? He's on my show tonight. The White House booked him on my show tonight. And I'm curious, Shelby, because you just raised an important point. It's not maybe that Navarro is out in the hinterlands. It's that Besant is ascendant and Navarro is still someone who's in the orbit, who has...
She didn't even say this.
It might be cut weird.
Trump's trust. And to that point,
Like,
I mean, if he's being,
back to here, the edit they might literally not pay attention to the edit, and they might literally just be cutting out crucial context. So
that is a very generous read.
the White House is quote unquote letting him go on Fox News. There's a process to that. It has to get approved. Do you have any, I guess, reaction to that dynamic where you have Politico saying he's on the outs, but then Navarro going on, I think Jesse Waters, like, what does that tell us about where he stands?
I just think it's murkier. I don't think it's this clear-cut, dramatic situation where Peter Navarro was the it guy, and then all of a sudden he's not getting into any meetings and he's like not getting FaceTime with the president. I think it's a little bit more wishy-washy, as many things in Trump's orbit. It's maybe less dramatic than that sort of characterization. I think it's solely that Peter Navarro was one of the core people coming up with this idea, this tariff idea. And that hasn't changed. Donald Trump is still behind these tariffs. But what has shifted is sort of how they're looking at it going forward. They say that they have over 75 countries coming to the table to negotiate. And I think that the president was convinced that people were freaking out for long enough that it was time to take Bessent's advice. And I don't think that that means that Navarro is, outside, not being able to get into the Oval Office.
I think actually, Sunday, you had mentioned we should do prepared content. I think what we are onto something when we talk about this empty position, because at this point, this entire interview is like non sequiturs and meaningless. When you take the intention of it, what they're talking about and how they're going back and forth, they're effectively saying nothing, claiming nothing, staking nothing, saying, well, it's not necessarily that one person's out or the other one. That would be saying something. Instead, it's maybe that they're all sort of still involved and nothing's changed. And that's...
Who's the audience? I'll tell you who the audience is. Somebody who's making breakfast in the morning and decides, today I'm going to get informed. I'm going to put on a news channel and I'm going to learn stuff. And they passively have that buzzing in their ears and they stop paying attention. But it seems professional. It seems like a thing. And they go on their day and nothing's changed. That's what this is. Nobody watches this because this has a reputation for like really incisive commentary or like getting really to the heart of things. People watch this because it looks like a news channel and people get really hard thinking that they're watching stuff that's serious. That's it.
Why does watch it with the same face Emily has here? Like, oh yes, intently.
Why does someone like Wick TV make no money, get no audience, but do political panels with glup shittos every single day for 2 hours? Why do they do that? Because they feel like they're doing something important. That's the thing, and that's it. That's the viewership here. That's not the producers. They know they're making money. That's the viewership. That's the only reason why you watch this. You're mocking me, aren't you?
Mocking Emily. Also.
Okay.
Office, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and none of these dynamics I think are particularly surprising for how we've seen Donald Trump run his first administration and run his campaigns, and yet it still seems to me that some people get surprised, or maybe they feign surprise at the internal drama in Trump land. So, Shelby, you've been covering Trump for a long time. What, I think, obvious lessons or repeated lessons stand out from this last couple of weeks around before Liberation Day, after Liberation Day? What does this tell us about Trump as a leader going forward? Because it'll affect things down the road, too.
I think the most important thing to remember is you never know what Donald Trump is going to do. And at the end of the day, especially in this term, it really is up to Donald Trump. I talked to a lot of advisors.
You know how fucking stupid you have to be? Like, she is fucking stupid. This is a stupid person. I've been saying it a lot lately, and I was thinking last night as I was editing down, because I used a slur word on people the last time we were watching Emily, and I will continue to feel like I was bad for doing so, because I do feel bad about it. But this is a very stupid person.
I prompted you, to be fair, but yeah.
This is a stupid person. Like, she just doesn't have anything kind of rolling around in there. Her understanding of life and everything else is limited by basically a life of experience that has led in one particular direction, just nothingness. And it's like you can see she's got nothing in there. There's like her expression is empty. Her face is empty. Her mind is empty, and she's got nothing to say. It's really Donald Trump who's in charge is like, no one, that it's a meaningless garbage sentence. You believe that he has 100% faculties and is making decisions with what knowledge? Like a madman is in charge of himself. It doesn't mean that he's choosing things or that
it's very simple. Okay. So you watch a crazy, incompetent person make decisions that undermine his position of authority. They undermine the bargaining position of his country. They assure the widespread instability and indeed poverty of everybody who voted him into office and continues to support him. And what do you think? What's the cope? He's asserting dominance. Donald Trump is in charge. That's all you've got. So what this is like, this is the political equivalent of tarot reading. Dreamlike images and interpretation. Oh, this is dominance. This is confidence and boldness, and Donald Trump's in charge. That's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing particular here. She's doing what random YouTubers do when they're watching the news. They don't know anything and they're just making it up as they go. They're piecing together like vague images and trying desperately to put together a statement that is vague enough that they aren't held accountable for getting key facts wrong, but they also sound sort of like they're saying something that justifies their existence. That's what this is. On both ends, that's the funny part. The host is vacuous. The host runs an interview show for the specific reason that she has nothing to say, and so she parasitically leeches off of other people who have something to say. The guest is there to parasitically leech off the reputation of the host and the professional veneer of the format. And it's just it's an Ouroboros, but both ends are tails.
Ouroboros.
Fuck Ouroboros. Fuck you.
No, it is not pronounced like that. Ouroboros.
Or are you rolling your R like you speak Latin?
It's not Latin.
Yeah, it is. What is it?
Who were in his first term as well as this second term. And the one thing that they consistently point out is the big difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0 is that this time around, Trump is truly running the show. Last time around, the administration was sort of caught by surprise by the win.
He staffed himself with Incel Latin.
It's literally
Incel Latin. Latin for incels.
I like it. I'll take it. You know what? I'll let you say that. That's fair.
Good. Keep going.
I'll let you say that because that's a fucking good line. I like that Greek is Incel Latin. I'm a fan of that.
With people who he now feels were not loyal to his message. And this time around, he doesn't have that. This time around, he doesn't have people trying to sort of push back on what he ultimately wants to do. So
he has no idea what he wants to do, you fucking moron. Like, again, this is what in the fuck?
I just like Emily's face. She's seriously considering this.
Oh, yeah, look, I've got
a lot of ways he's uncontrollable, trying to sort of push back on what he ultimately wants to do. So
look at Emily. Pursing
and that's
the lips.
a big thing that in a lot of ways he's unconstrained in this term. And that's the big thing that I always hear from people is this time around, whatever Donald Trump wants is what he's ultimately going to.
Stop looking at me like that, Emily. We're not on those terms. This is
She's writing notes.
Put your notepad
on her computer.
No, she's not. She's pretending to write notes in her computer. Nobody's writing notes.
No. I mean, she's writing notes on a piece of paper that's on her fucking computer, literally. Like she's writing notes on a computer. Sorry, I just get a kick out of that because
but in no universe is she writing notes.
No, she's not. She's doodling. Like she's like boop 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 boop.
Yes. To do. Whereas last time around, advisors could sort of convince him to shift course drastically. You're not seeing this. You're seeing them shift him on messaging and shift him on sort of style.
What the fuck? You just said they convinced him to do a 90-day pause on tariffs in 3 days. That's not a dramatic shift. You fucking moron. Like, this is how fucking stupid these people are. It's amazing.
I mean, like, look, to be fair, okay. You pull a soccer player out. Hey, you're going to be asked questions about Trump's policy. Well, he's showing that he's in charge, and it's like it's exact. You know what's horrifying? Oh, I just fucking realized. You know what's horrifying about this? This is exactly how the Yanis interview played out.
It is.
This is a fucking a renowned economist operating at the level of a fucking tennis player in a
Good job,
conversation
Yanis.
about. Okay, press play.
On how he approaches things. But ultimately, right, he wanted the tariffs. He wanted to implement more tariffs during his first term than he ultimately did. This time around, you're seeing he is implementing those tariffs.
Well, and that's an interesting point because he didn't call off the penguin tariffs on Monday. He could have, after talking to Bessent, he could have immediately said, all right, listen to Scott, implementing the Bill Ackman 90-day pause. But he waited until he saw the bond markets. And to your point, like, this is just underscoring that Donald Trump is at the steering wheel. He is not.
He's at the steering wheel.
The president is at the steering wheel, really.
Wow.
You don't say. Wow.
Wow.
People need to understand that the president is at the steering wheel. I certainly fucking hope so.
I mean, even Biden, who was effectively a zombie, like Biden had the mental capacity of both of these people, and we would still say he was the person in charge because he was the one making and deciding, and people around him were, because people advised the president. Like, you don't even know. And again, none of the tariffs were implemented, as we just read. So
no, they were implemented. It's just we misunderstood what implementation means. Implementation means that Trump farts them out. And just things happen, apparently. That's it. You fire everybody who's responsible for making things happen, and then you just now they're out of the way. And just
not being steered by anyone else.
Yeah, 100%. And again, he's advised by people this time around, but at the end of the day, what he wants to happen is going to happen. And I'm sure that there were conversations that Bessent had with him that Donald Trump didn't take his advice on ultimately. So I think it's more that the messaging is shifting and less that, okay, you have people around him like his first term who really have just sort of told him what to do.
She's a fucking moron.
This term, it is all Donald Trump. What he wants ultimately is what's going to happen. And what he wants can shift very quickly, right? Like he said, he looked at the bond market. He still cares about what the markets look like.
See, that's amazing. She's like, before... he changed his mind on things, but it wasn't that it was before that he didn't really want to do those things. Now, when he changes his mind, it's because he changes his mind. He's not influenced by people around him, except when he's influenced by people around him. Amazing.
Just
magic.
Just
like she's taking fucking notes.
Yeah, she's terrible.
Back to her notepad.
She's terrible.
That's also important to note because there were questions a week and a half ago whether he did care as much about
Emily,
what the markets look like because he was going forth with this. And so at the end of the day, it makes it more difficult, I think, to cover and sort of really.
She's playing Balatro. That's my guess at this point. She's got Balatro open on her phone, and she's like,
I'll allow it. I forgive that.
Oh, no. Yeah,
better use of her time than this fucking interview.
Trump,
figure out what
you've activated my Thucydides trap.
Thank you, Eric Adams.
He's going to do because he can be really unpredictable.
Now,
but he's always doing what he wants.
All of this, you are the informal Doge correspondent for 704. We obviously got another type of H-1B type conflict just this week as Elon took on Peter Navarro publicly, and Caroline Leavitt, I think, had as good of a response as the administration could have, saying, this is just transparency, because to some extent that's absolutely true, and it's kind of how Trump prefers people to mix it up. We saw that with John Bolton in his first administration.
How is that true? How is that true at all?
Because she's making it up. This fucking bitch, man. I fucking hate her so much.
Why would you even say that? Like, what's the point? What is the purpose
What
of
the
saying
fuck,
that?
man?
Because nobody who's going to be eating this shit up is paying attention enough for that to matter. All it's doing is opening you up for people to go, okay, you can elaborate on that? No, that's just true. Okay.
Unbelievable. Just the load of shit coming out of her mouth at every turn is fucking unreal.
Publicly, and Caroline Levitt.
Hey, Trump likes his disagreements public. That's why everyone in his administration is on Signal, and he sees none of it, and they're deleting chats constantly where they talk about how he's being stupid, and then someone else adds Stephen Miller to the conversation in order to trump the conversation, quite literally. Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
That was pretty good. Yeah.
Like, she's out of her mind if she thinks they like transparency. They like
she's bored.
obfuscation.
She's bored. This is boring. You have to look at boring articles. I find it boring. Like, it's physically painful to watch this. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
I think had as good of a response as the
it's a
administration
privilege to be
could
able to
have.
do this
Elon
and get
Musk has
paid
been
for it.
quiet
And
since
it's
the
important and interesting, but like, it's boring. And if what you really want to do is go jump in the pool after this and go eat sushi, then you're not going to be like doing the work beforehand to know what the hell you're talking about, because that takes work and it's painful. It's why economists all look old, fat, and bald, because it's a stressful, boring, tedious, thankless thing to do. It's like, this is sorry.
90-day pause was implemented. His brother, Kimball Musk, got involved and started tweeting at Trump to do a pause. What on earth was going on with Elon Musk this week?
Yeah, I actually liked Caroline's response. She said, "Boys will be boys," when she was asked about the fighting, which is like,
boys will be boys. I
Oh,
hate
that
Carolyn
ain't
Levitt
nothing.
too.
You know, boys will be boys. Yeah.
I mean, what can you say to that?
What can you say to that? I don't know. We're fun girls. We're girls. It's fun. We're girls. We have a good time. And
That's Emily found that hilarious.
It's very funny. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, Kimball, boys. Elon Musk, the people leading our country, they're just boys. It's boys being boys when they talk about, major tariffs that are going to affect billions of people and destroy a lot of jobs. Fucking boys.
I know you're
Crazy
trying to do
boys.
like a Valley Girl accent, but you just sound like Mr. Girl, and it's so uncomfortable.
Okay.
It's terrifying. Just it's hitting some note that I don't like at all.
Good.
but yeah, Elon Musk
hey, boys will be boys.
does not like tariffs. He's made that very clear. What I thought was interesting was at the start of this, he was actually pretty quiet, and people were wondering, what does Elon think about this? And then I think it was Saturday at like 1:30 in the morning, he started tweeting his thoughts about tariffs, and then it sort of heightened to focus on
And
Peter
so
Navarro,
what did his
who was
thoughts
kind
say?
of seen as
That Peter Navarro sucks, and that behind every great tragedy in the world is a guy from Harvard. He was quoting Thomas Sowell, which is a Thomas Sowell
Who
quote.
is still living somehow. Oh my God.
Because only the good die young.
This man is almost 100.
Time's inevitability is the one blessing we do have.
as the key Donald Trump's right-hand man throughout orchestrating
you need to understand,
these tariffs.
This man, Thomas Sowell, you want to know how old Thomas Sowell is? Martin Luther King Jr. was born 1 year before him.
Thomas Sowell's old enough to have decided that ain't for him as a black man. He's Uncle Ruckus.
Stop while you're ahead. Let's keep going.
Hey, Uncle Ruckus. That's a great reference.
It is. Just you're white, so just don't do it.
I'm not that white.
You're pretty white. You're whiter
he
than
said,
me. Look at you.
I think he said Navarro is dumber than a sack of rocks or something.
He ain't built
like that.
shit.
So there were some
That's what he
definitely some
said.
tensions there, but
He ain't built shit. That's what Elon's quote was about him. And I did appreciate it because, I mean, it's true of Elon, but also his brother. But hey, I appreciate it. He ain't built shit. All I could think of
Titan, shut up. Brooks is whiter than me. I've got that. Why am I talking about this? Keep going. Sorry.
I think the thing to note is Elon wasn't actually very involved in these tariffs conversations. His lane is Doge. I talked to advisors who said,
you fucking
good.
liar.
It is what it is. Essentially, what Caroline Levitt said, but they noted.
It's fucking. Hello, I am a White House correspondent. I talked to Caroline Levitt. She said, and then I went inside and I talked to other people, and they basically echoed by going, So that's basically what's happening. I am a good reporter.
That he hasn't really been involved in these tariffs conversations. This is not seen as Elon Musk's lane, and so Donald Trump didn't necessarily go to him for advice, although Elon did offer.
I don't think I don't think anyone goes to Elon for advice. I think he's a billionaire who has all of Trump's Twitter DMs.
I want to know. Does anyone on Earth think Elon has a lane? Do you think Elon goes, actually, I'd really love to talk about tariffs, but that's not my jam.
Well, what you need to understand, Brooks, is that Elon is capable of tremendous degrees of focus and concentration, as of course is very typical of people with autism.
I got proof that he isn't by watching that fucking stream. Did you see the stream where he's almost crying as people are making fun of him, saying he's going to die alone and nobody likes him?
Oh, yeah. When he was for people who are not aware, I think we're talking about the same thing. Elon was playing, as he is known to do, as one of the best Path of Exile 2 players in the world. The best, in fact. He was playing it on his private jet, and he was allowing people to comment into the side chat, and all of them were telling
why
Elon
he
Musk to kill
allowed this.
himself.
You can turn it off.
Because he thinks people love him, because these people delude themselves.
And they hate him much.
I'm so cool. Everybody, I'm the real life Tony Stark. I'm the best Path of Exile 2 player. Oh yeah, we found out that was a lie. I paid someone. I'm the best. Why is he playing Path of Exile 2 on the plane? Like, just draw attention to the fact that you had to pay somebody to play for you. Because
an hour goes by and people are saying things to him like just spamming the chat. Really awful shit.
Anxiety will never go away. You'll die alone. This is
all
how
kinds
it is
of
forever.
Shit. And he starts ignoring them by clicking on them and blocking them, which is like, that's basically the most arousal that any troll in the world needs, is to see someone blocking someone.
That
like,
person,
hello,
that person who told Elon Musk, that anonymous loser who told Elon Musk, "Hey, you're going to die alone," won at such a cosmic scale. They have notoriety beyond the dreams of most people on this earth. Well, that's going to be remembered for ages. Every time college students read back, wow, who is that shithead who was like meddling in and ruining stuff? Oh, this person told him to kill himself on a plane and he looked like he was going to cry. That person.
It's
an unsung hero.
The stream ended because Musk started a new character on hardcore mode.
Yes.
And died in the tutorial. That's not a joke. He died in the tutorial and rage quit. He claimed the connection went down, which is fucking amazing.
By the way, just not to downplay this, by the way, because to be like people mock it because it's gaming and whatnot, but the fact of the matter is, like, to be at world-class level of any of these things takes an extraordinary degree of dexterity, memory, skill, and practice. Like, it's hard. Now, that being said,
don't forget time.
That being said,
like
and time, but that's the practice part. That's the practice part. Practice is the time. But that being said, this is the world's richest man who cannot navigate a game that is entirely controlled with a mouse. Like, what's keeping you, Elon? Why aren't you practicing? Why aren't you that good? You could do anything. You could never work a day in your life. You could give away 99% of your wealth, never work again, and become a master in anything you want while eating extremely well the entire time.
Yes.
Living in a mansion. Never producing. You could just become the best human alive at anything you want.
Because
and what are you doing?
Because he was put in with Peter Thiel at a really weird time.
Thiel.
Where, I don't know, Peter Thiel, asshole fuckhead, who, Peter Thiel's a piece of shit, but he's a piece of shit with a hypermegalomania compulsion behind what he does. And Elon saw that and has just been basically trying to be Peter Thiel. And
look,
he's
Peter
terrible at it.
Thiel is all the things you said, but he's a proper villain. Okay, he's like we were talking about the three hyenas from the Lion King. Elon Musk is like Ed. That's where it is. Elon Musk is desperately trying because he's a talentless rube to look like the other talentless rubes with more style. Because Thiel's an idiot, by the way. Like, Thiel's really dumb. Like, genuinely really dumb. I've read some stuff by Thiel. But that being said,
he also genuinely looks roided out and fucked up when he talks. He is like...
You're going to have to narrow it down. Which one?
The last 3 times I've seen him, like, in interviews and stuff, his face is like sweaty, and you can see the veins in his head.
Yeah, he's looking like a scrawnier Vince McMahon right now. Like, just kind of...
Yeah, it's really bad.
He is old, though. Like, how old is he? He's got to be, like, in his 60s.
We'll find out.
Oh, he's 57. For one of the richest men on Earth, he's looking rough for 57
He looks really rough.
Offer up his thoughts to Donald Trump about it. That doesn't necessarily mean it was taken. This group was more Navarro, Besant, Howard Lutnick. So it just shows that there's the people that Donald Trump goes to different people depending on what he's looking for. And this time it was not Elon Musk.
Did any of this hurt Elon Musk?
You need to understand.
Did you like that? I liked that angle she had.
This time it was not Elon Musk.
The Thinking Emily. Did he?
What you thinking about, Emily? I don't know.
I don't know. An itch on my chin.
President stuff, I guess.
Thinking about things. Think about boys being boys.
We're not losing the. We're not overcoming the sexism allegations anytime soon.
No, we don't have to, because these people are awful.
Did any of this hurt Elon Musk's standing with the president? Because that would be, again, an enormous.
And Brooks is a woman. We're immune. Sorry, go on.
Sure.
And the obvious takeaway is your plan is being publicly slammed. Not only one of your close advisors, but the implication is that your plan that you implemented as the president of the United States is being publicly slammed by this billionaire who is supposed to...
I like how she's like, it's just Elon.
Be on your team. So by doing that, did Elon Musk damage his credibility with Donald Trump, his access to Donald Trump, or is just this sort of, is the White House's attitude really just
why are you asking that question? No. What is the basis
boys will
of
be
Elon
boys
Musk
again, by the way.
What is the basis of Elon Musk's credibility with Donald Trump? Elon Musk is a billionaire who supports Donald Trump. That's it. Is Elon Musk still a billionaire who supports Donald Trump? Yeah, there you go. That's it. There's nothing to ask here. Credibility, like what? You think he interviewed him after? I'm sorry. Listen, Elon. I really appreciate your support, but I just want to make sure. I want to go through some things to make sure that you're qualified. They don't fucking care. Nobody's doing that. Like, ugh.
I just want to mention real quick, because we're 2 minutes out from the possible super chat. I have my blue lightning hair lightener, and I've got my cyan upstairs. No one wants a different color than that. You're fine. If you want to pick a different color, you got 2 minutes.
By the way, Jim Drailing, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Are memberships not making sound anymore? I thought they were for a brief period.
They did, and I don't know what happened. They're still in here.
Do you Stream Elements still open? Because I might be clicking the thing.
Stream Elements what?
Stream Elements. The thing that makes the noise.
1 second. We're going to find out right now.
No, we'll do it later.
No, I'm just going to click a button.
But we're reaching the end anyways.
I don't know. It's there.
Well, thank you anyways.
I need to figure out. It's the gifted memberships, but they're in there, and it's open. Like, it's allowed.
Oh, yes. By the way, if anyone donates $100 in a super chat, you get to pick Brooks's next hair color. And I'm actually overriding that. If you're paying $100, you get to pick the next hair color. It doesn't have to be neon. I, for one, recommend a pastel green.
Okay, that is.
Although, how much does that hair dye cost? Because if you're going to a
$9.
How much? $9?
Like
Are you doing it
$9.
yourself?
Yeah, I do it myself.
Oh, there you go. If you're going to a
With
spa,
Elmer's
it could be
glue and
close to
everything.
$100.
Elmer's glue and everything.
If you donate $200, you get to pick Sunday's hair color. No, no, I refuse.
No,
I look bad enough with blonde, frankly.
It's you need a lot more of a look.
I need to be more bald first, okay? When I reach Brooks's level, I'll start doing that.
Feel free to keep giving me shit. Have fun with that.
I'm going to.
I know.
It's okay.
Let's fight it out. We all disagree. That's fine.
The White House's attitude is boys will be boys until Donald Trump decides that is not the White House's attitude. And I think the short answer of it is no, it doesn't seem to have affected his relationship with Donald Trump. Just yesterday, there was a cabinet meeting and Elon Musk had a seat at the table. So I think that shows you sort of Donald Trump doesn't necessarily care about the infighting as much as
it just like it's just you. This is soap opera talk. Look, let me just, I guess, move to misogyny. This is fucking.
Let's just move to misogyny. We need to have just like a transition for this. It's misogyny time.
I don't know. Look, this is not helping. Like, they are talking about this like it's a soap opera and friendly and friends and boys will be boys and all of that. They haven't talked about the material realities of anything. They haven't even talked about the legal realities, the implications, the business, the political, all of these things. Even people on the right, even Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson will mention, this is just purely vapid friends, and we're just like hanging out and like they're just going to be friends. And it's like, it couldn't be more. And Giannis did this level of interview.
Same thing, yeah.
Good job, Giannis.
Like here's the thing, like professional tennis player who's like in a sinecure position. Nobody's fucking asking her for advice on anything. I get it. Okay. Giannis, I don't, because this person has like a legacy and a professional reputation to maintain. This is embarrassing. This makes it so that every single person who's they're talking about hates you and at best is quiet about it.
Yeah, knows that you're useless.
And I mean, everybody is bought out at every single level. So that's it. But this whole performance is like, who is this for? Nobody who cares is watching this and paying attention to any of it. Who is this for?
It's this Undercurrents. You can support with $1. You can subscribe straight up. It's the whole thing.
But why? There's no unique voice. There is no voice. There's no incisive interviews. All of these people you can watch talk elsewhere and probably have better conversations. Who watches this? And why? Like it's not even relaxing. It doesn't have like a casual vibe. It doesn't have like a high intellectual vibe. Who's watching? And the only thing I can think of is it's the kind of person who flips on YouTube thinking, I'm going to watch CNN and learn about the thing. This is the day I start getting engaged. They put on something really boring. They zone out. They go back to what they're doing. It's in the background. They feel really good about themselves because I'm doing something serious. And then they move on and they never do it again until the next time they feel like that. And I feel like that's the only people watching this because they're not saying anything. This is actually just a waste of time. Hell, it's a waste of our time, frankly. Like there's nothing happening here.
No,
they've said nothing because they know nothing. Like the person who's in clearly knows nothing.
I'm done with it. I'm with you. I'm done with it.
Yeah, it's like fucking hell. Like
they're empty.
This, by the way, is why I started to fucking hate my main channel, because I would cover shit like this, and I'd be at a certain point where it's like I'm 12 minutes in. I've barely been covering this for 30 minutes, but I already know all that's going to happen for the next hour and a half to 2 hours. Sometimes it's the exact same thing I've done, and I have to keep up some kind of energy for what? It's just like I just hate all of this.
Yeah,
I hate all of this.
I'm not in a
just
different
angry.
place than you. It's just terrible.
Yeah, it's like We are watching it. No, you are watching us watching it. That's very different. Now I'm pointing out that we are watching it. I'm like, okay. It's
shit.
just
They're shit. It's shit.
It's shit.
We're done.
It's shit. It's shit.
I think for me, the most salient point and the most interesting conversation is actually around the idea of the empty dictator, because I think that spot that is no longer held by anything of meaning, that there isn't an intention. This person has appealed to what Donald Trump wants many times, but there's nothing there. We know this. And it's the belief of it, the belief of it, despite everything to the contrary, still being powerful, still being prevalent. And I think how this administration has shown that not only are they not discussing things with each other at all, but they're not able to even have conversations because they don't know what the wishes are. They don't know where things are going. And they're just reacting moment to moment. She even talked about it as though like it's just people having disagreements. It's like, no, this is when you have a group, a company, you have a united face. Your job is to make sure the company has a united face. Disagreements are not meant to be aired externally because you need to have a steady movement. People need to know generally where that group is going or what that thing is doing. The US has nothing of this. It's a complete and utter shit show. And I think with that, I think we're actually seeing a completely different reality of how meaning is made, to your point earlier about how history has changed.
Well, I think too, like something perverse has happened with the people talk about the internet as if it's like, look, guys, it's a better time than ever before. You've got this extensive, endless library that you can access from virtually anywhere. But here's the thing: one of the reasons, and we've lost sight of this, partially because the value of it has indeed been liquidated, and the quality of education has often declined. Or at least the access, even within upper education, to quality education has declined. Isn't really the right word. It's kind of misleading, but like it's become less easy, even if you're in, to get it. What's happened is, due to this like breakdown of institutional trust and institutional authority, and there's reasons to not want institutional authority of that way for other reasons, but like, there are so many abortive false starts to getting informed and educated that just lead you nowhere and just wear you out. And just you end up like at this.
I can agree with that.
You end up at this. Like you have more opportunities to get trapped in kooky rabbit holes that aren't actually rabbit holes and are actually very kooky but don't look kooky at all. Like there are people who religiously follow blogs by people like RFK Jr. Because they think he's tapped into something, but they don't. That's all they do. They're just there, and they've stopped. Mm-hmm. At lower levels, there are assholes who are massive fans of Richard Dawkins, as an example, who's actually a very serious person in a certain light.
In specific ways, one specific maybe way.
I would say plural in specific ways, but much narrower than people give him credit for. But they aren't interested in those. They're interested in official biologists, zoologists, who
hates Muslims,
rated and talks about things, and I pay attention to that. And what they pay attention to is his cultural commentary.
Yep.
And as a result, they're basically just closed-minded liberals who end up being conservatives because it's actually what liberalism is in present day when you take away the bells and whistles, or actually pretend that stop pretending there aren't bells and whistles. And like this stuff all over. Freud, I learned recently because I was reading about this, stopped the publication in Vienna of books by Wilhelm Reich that were critical of him, and so on and so forth. Like, it's not like it doesn't have to be Scientology to be a dead-end intellectual death trap. And these are more proliferate than they've ever been before. They're just less bombastic looking on the surface. They don't have buildings with big signs in front that call you an ologist or something like that. And this is one of them. Shit like this is one of them, where people who decide, I'm going to make something. This is my New Year's resolution. I'm going to be an informed wonk of some kind. And they watch this shit while they're chopping their vegetables. And that's it. That's the only reason to watch this. Nobody watches this out of interest because they're not saying anything. And if you watch something out of interest, you will learn very quickly they're not saying anything, and you will think for a second, hey, wait, what did they just say? Why? You'd ask that if you were paying attention and you cared. People don't care. They want to care. They want desperately to care. They know there's a missing thing there in this big slot labeled thing you care about. And this is what's on the menu if you've got the 3D glasses that you've been given by your parents that make everything else invisible. It's yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I mean that's it. And as we move into a space, and I think it's again, you put your finger right on the pulse of, I think, of a major thing where we have a wave of uncertainty that everyone is feeling. Like flatly, everyone is feeling absolute uncertainty. And what is going to happen, we don't know. And I think that part of what's happening, a big chunk of that is because we don't have that shared meaning, that peg in the fucking wall of here's what we're interpreting against. Here's where leadership is going. Here's where that is. That is gone. Like meaning is effectively dispersed now. And it means we're going to have to figure out another way to handle that and handle ourselves. An entirely other way to do it. What an amazing time.
It is an amazing time. It's actually 6:16 p.m. I think it's an amazing time to end.
It is. That's about 4 solid hours for us. Hey, everyone. Thanks for helping us get to monetization. Thanks for all the support and all the memberships today. All of you are stunning. We got, do you know how many memberships we nailed today, Sunday?
We are looking at 231 new members. And just think, if my channel wasn't demonetized, they would all belong to me.
Sadly, you have to share them with someone else. I know it's the worst thing.
Apparently, I know.
It's the worst.
This is how you know, by the way. Whenever people accuse me of being a communist, I'm not. Thanks everybody for joining us. I'm very pleased with how quickly we managed to monetize this channel. This is very, very good.
Now we got to keep building and growing. You're going to be seeing videos from us popping up. Please do share with anyone you think might be interested in it, communities, things like that. We're trying to find our legs and figure out exactly how we want to be doing this. And it's going to be, just to be blunt, this is far more market reactive and reactive to consumers. QC, I have a very particular goal for that. I do not give a shit about almost anything else. Sunday, I think, has his own goal for his thing. This is much more, I think, a play where we want to talk about how do we get to people, how do we spread, and how do we do that. And your support and you sharing us is going to be a huge, huge, huge part of that going forward. And so any support like that, we appreciate across the board. And I'm glad all of you are here, frankly.
And I'm not. Go outside. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Have a good night. We will see you on Monday, 2 p.m. Again, we are live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 2 to whenever we frickin' feel like it, but reasonably at least 4 p.m., usually a bit later. Like and subscribe, and we haven't set up the Discord to be joined yet, but we will soon.
We'll be setting that up soon enough, and don't expect a community. That's not the thing. It is.
No, there'll be. It's gonna be limited. It's not gonna be like the QC or like the Cathedral where we have like all these different subtopics. There's gonna be a general chat and a general VC, possibly. Actually, we haven't discussed it yet, but there will be a few things you can like come in, chat, pop in, and give tips or scoops or whatever. But the aim of the game is going to be low maintenance. So the place for your philosophical interests is still going to be the QC, and the place for everything else is still going to be the Cathedral. Literally everything else.
Someone made my first meme about me.
I find that hard to believe, Brooks. Have you looked at yourself?
I know. You'd think someone would have done that before. I have to share it because I was like,
all right, let's see it.
I'm confused about whether or not to be as excited as I am. I think it's pretty fantastic. It made me smile at least. So we'll go with that. 1 second, open.
Oh my God, that was deafening.
I know, it's terrible. I apologize. It's fine. Someone did it apparently up against plastic pills, and it did make me smile. So just
Really?
2 seconds.
All right.
We'll switch this article. We pop over to the VLC.
By the way, we're going to raid into Kid after this. We can raid now.
Is Kid live?
Kid's live. Queenman's also live.
For sure, we'll raid into Kid. Let's. Do you want to set that up?
I already did.
Excellent. 2 seconds. Because this just makes me smile that someone made this. I think because it is nerd theory shit to say the least, but it makes me smile that this exists. It's just like the nerdiest theory shit. And I will turn the music off because I know it's not quite uncopyrighted. It's because of my takedown of plastic pills. I got a kick out of it. It's actually what I said in that. Incest is the effect of copy itself. That's my TED Talk. This freaked me out.
Really? You're really excited about a meme that makes you look really cool? Yeah, I bet.
Hey, do you know how often you get memes made when you do weird theory shit?
The memes don't count unless they hate on you. That's when you've made it.
Oh, I've had those for years. This is like, theory memes are fun, man. That made me smile. It's like a weird feeling. It's a super weird feeling. No?
I'm not gonna say it's pretty good, but I understand it.
Made me happy.
I'm glad.
Made me happy. What can I say? I'm sorry to bore you, Sunday.
Oh, I'm not bored. I'm just sad. No, I'm not sad. Who made that? Was that
I think it was someone on my server. I haven't asked yet.
By the way, I've been talking in Deloo's and they hate you.
Oh,
they
yeah, they
hate
do.
you so much.
Oh yeah, they fucking hate me.
But it's weird. So I was in a conversation recently, and unfortunately,
I guarantee you, someone says Brooks thinks because it's a
Are you familiar with someone called "The Flesh is a Prison"?
Brooks thinks that intensities are quantified. That's at some point they will say this to me. That they're qualified, not quantified. That's literally who that person is. These people obsess weirdly.
Well, listen to this one. So we were arguing about the flow and flux thing. I'm sorry. I know you're touchy about that, but it came down to this because I said like, hey, I'm going to spitball a little bit as to why it's my next. They're insistent that it doesn't matter at all. There's no reason to make this particularization. Which is like it's Deloo's.
This person, by the way,
it's one of the most hyper.
I live rent free in their brain.
Imaginable. Of course, it matters. But then they say, do you speak French? I wouldn't say I'm fluent, but I have enough of a working knowledge to discuss these things from studying it for a few years. I say my French is not amazing, but the point stands. I have similar arguments about Greek, and I can barely read that. In that case, I see no reason why you think you're qualified to be making this argument, unless you're evaluating an argument between people who actually speak French or Greek. It's like, and then they say you are correct about different words being used in different connotations, but the rigorous distinction you want is just not in the French language. This is Deloo's choosing between two different words, very specifically in the context of talking about bodily functions.
Literally, they mean different things in French. Crouler and flux are two different things.
They have at least like radically different connotations. Flux involves
it's a bursting forth of fluid versus just a run of fluid.
Like a bleeding scab versus like a cleanly flowing pipe of water.
Yes.
And like that kind of matters mostly because especially he talks in a poetic key a lot of times. And if he's describing like a giant system, like say an economy, it actually kind of matters if you're talking about the hacking game from BioShock or like what happens when you have like an open wound, right?
And again, Terrence Blake, who I went to on this originally after Jan and I did our work on it and kind of started seeing differently. He didn't answer right away, and it ended up spending like weeks going over it. And then he ended up writing a long blog post where he's like, actually, there is a reason that there's a difference, and it's actually really important because this flows towards the idea of the point and the line and the fold and the mathematics within Deleuze. Like flux denotes very particular things in French mathematics. This is the reason that Deleuze used it. And he's literally someone who studied under Deleuze in France. I would say he's got a decent thing. But again, Flesh is a prison. All these fucking weirdos, and there's a lot of weirdos on our Deleuze. You have to remember, so our Deleuze wasn't really used. Random people asking
By the
questions.
way, full disclosure, just before we get into this, I am 100% bringing this up to manufacture conflict with people because Brooks is averse to doing so. So well done, you taking the bait. Keep going, as you're saying.
I'm happy to have conflict with all of these fucking weirdos. Exactly. When our Deleuze, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, but the moderators kind of didn't really moderate. They didn't have the time. The guy was going through his PhD. There was only 2 people moderating. And I volunteered. I said, hey, if you want another moderator, and they're sure, because they'd seen the QC. They're like, sure. They saw that I literally would sit in there and I'd answer questions or at least try my best to help people along. I moderated Deleuze with those guys for 3.5, 4 years. And at some point I just out of nowhere quit because I had hit this wall of like, the people who come expect the most extraordinary amount of effort from everyone and they demand it. And then when you have, after you've done it, not only do they not spend time understanding what you're talking about or reading any of the text, they just want more. My last message, this is one of my favorite, just to share a great, because I went through and I deleted all of my shit. When Reddit announced they were doing all of their stupid garbage with AI, I went and deleted all of it. And so that way they wouldn't be able to use it. And 2 months ago, still now, by the way, I had this huge long thing where I explained the 3 syntheses, and this user named Squidfreud wrote, sorry, do you think you can recreate this comment? The comment got deleted. It says, I'd especially appreciate it if you could draw out the syntheses relationship to Kant's transcendentalism.
This just sounds like my entire YouTube career, to be honest.
But it's, these are, I got these comments all the time. And then you have the occasional people like Flesh is Prison. And we've got a lot of weirdos who've come through the QC, and like the amount they fixate on me, they seem to think like one person thought I had made like a ton of money off of the Quarantine Collective somehow. You're free to let me know whenever that happens. Another person thinks that I'm like, I don't know, like hyper capitalistic accelerationist. And it like, but
because here's the thing.
They have these fantasies, and it's like, what the fuck, dude?
People go to our Deleuze because they go onto YouTube and they want to network and watch radical lefties. And you know what Deleuze is for them? It's, oh, this is the cool acid trip philosopher that everyone uses neon colors when they talk about him on their channels, and nothing is real, and rhizomes, for some reason, I don't even know what the fuck a rhizome is, and we're all just like little specks. Yeah. And if it's like dude, you don't write this times like 5 sipping tea and doing LSD. That's not how that works,
dude. Even worse, right now, because I click through on our Deleuze, on the front page of our Deleuze, there's a post just to read it. This is, by the way, one of the most common. I got diagnosed with schizophrenia, so I really want to read Anti-Oedipus.
I saw that one.
That is,
I mean, look, hang on. So here's my issue with that one. So this person, I don't have a problem with that. This is a person who's like, oh, there's this book that says schizophrenia in it. It's well known. I'm interested in schizophrenia. I've been diagnosed. I have all level of sympathy for that person. Who I hate are the people in the chat are like, oh, well, you should read 1,000 Plateaus first. Like, how about you tell him that you don't read Anti-Oedipus to understand your mental condition? Like, you idiots.
The next one down here, we're just going to go through.
Yeah.
And this is a thing I was going to do on the QC, so I'll probably do that this weekend because it's really fun, is making fun of our Deleuze. Here's another one. How does sex constitute a body without organs? How does that even begin to make sense?
It doesn't?
Correct. However, all of the responses are explaining how it is. Through sex, you stop thinking of your body in discrete organs or even as completely distinct from your partner.
He's actually like super fucking specific that sex is a thing that is only predicable of molar aggregates. It's actually super important.
But here's if I may.
Yeah.
So the top response: through sex, you stop thinking of your body in discrete organs or completely distinct from your partner's body. Blah 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 blah. Doesn't even matter what they say, because the person who wrote goes, "So how does this fit within desiring machines?" That same person responds, "I'm just getting into desiring machine stuff, so I really don't have the background to explain that."
Hey, you know what?
They just tried explaining the BWO.
Wait, hang on. Just getting into desirement, that's the beginning of the book.
Yes. And they just answered talking about the BWO and how sex constitutes it. This is for me, like, you want a fucking black pill on the internet.
God.
Our Deleuze, if you have any concept of actually having read Deleuze, is the king of it. It's
also,
the king of it.
What's great about this too is, like, if they literally just read the book, they give an explicit answer to this. It's actually kind of what schizoanalysis is all about. Like, it's literally what it's about. That's what it's about. You've got an entire fucking chapter on this question. Like, you could just quote him. Like,
according to D&G, sound is the cutting edge of a machine for deterritorialization. They say sound possesses an infinitely higher power of deterritorialization than visual senses or other kind of senses territorialize. Does this mean deaf people don't have access to the cutting edge of deterritorialization? That's a fucking question someone asked in there. None of this is in anything Deleuze and Guattari ever wrote, not meaningfully in any sense of the word. At all. And again, so I quit because of people like this.
You know what? You know what's crazy.
And
about
so I
this
went,
too?
fuck this. I'm done. I'm out. And I quit and I rage quit. And the admin, the guy who actually started our Deleuze, the guy who set it up and had been moderating it, wrote and he said, "Hey, just letting you know, sorry, I've been working on my PhD and my company and other stuff. I'm sorry I let you take all of this." He felt really bad. And then a month later, he wrote me and he said, "Holy shit, I don't know how you did it. I fucking gave up the subreddit. Fuck these people." And he quit too. And that's the guy who felt like they're just the worst humans.
You know what else I hate too, by the way? Just this whole, like, pseudo-Deleuzian subculture. It ends up being the worst, quietest, defeatist, like, just self-aggrandizing bullshit. Where it ends up being like literally theory with no point. Not in the sense of like that, like, learning or knowledge needs a point, but like just self-indulgent, engaging in the aesthetics of neon, LSD, whatever thing this is. And when you talk to these people, it's like they have nothing to say. They have literally nothing to say. They never get involved in anything. They never do anything. And just it's just a whole lot of nothing. Like, when have you ever seen any of these people from this sort of, like, area of stuff say or do or get involved in anything interesting without just doing, like, video essays?
I mean, I wouldn't even say video essays. That would be them putting their feet on the ground and actually having a grounding.
They're terrible.
No. Most of these people literally just exist in the comments because their existence. So one of the things that's important, actually, that Deleuze does talk about, and it's how thought works. We like to think of ourselves as thinking creatures, but that's not what we are. Thought is something that is evoked within us based on outside forces. Thought is a thing. So the world happens and we think in response to it. It's not that we are thinking all the time and other stuff interrupts that. And a lot of these people don't understand that because, again...
Well, actually, here's the thing, though. Like, okay, fine. If that would be understandable if what you were talking about was something super advanced that Deleuze came up with, but that's not. You find that in Nietzsche. This is like...
No, it's from Nietzsche, too. I know. I'm making my point, though.
Okay,
so these people exist in a space of, I don't actually think in response to much, but I'm looking for places that I can find my resentment's enjoyment. That's all they want. That's it. So they don't necessarily want to, they won't respond. Hey, Brooks put something in that's incorrect, which I've done. I've made mistakes. Jesus Christ. It's fucking complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I remember when we pulled on the Hegelian guy and I had to explain the difference between dialogic and dialectic to you live on stream. That was great.
Hey, it happened.
He then read all of Hegel afterwards because it hurt him that much. It was great. Apparently.
I've made mistakes. When you're sitting there and you're looking for mistakes, you have one of two ways to handle it. Brooks fucks up, Sunday fucks up. If you're not going to, hey, here's where you're wrong, here's how this works, here's where we can go and constructively build new. If all you're doing is pulling back to the same, you are a reactionary piece of shit.
Yeah,
That's all you are.
Here's what you need to understand. If you disagree with us and you find fault with anything we're saying, you're a reactionary piece of shit. Okay, remember that.
Unless you add to it.
Unless you add to it.
Add to it. Build on top of it.
Preferably
Take what we say wrong and go with it. Nothing is a waste. It can always be a bad example.
I wish I had remembered that to tell my parents before I moved out. Ow. That was too real even for me. Okay. I want to go outside, Brooks.
I do too. Hey, everyone. Have a good weekend. Take care of yourself and your loved ones. Shit's weird. Shit's weird.
Your shit's weird. We're sending you to Kid Not Kin, who deserves more viewers. Give him a like.
Give him some love. Say hello from in the fold.
Make sure he knows who made him when he succeeds, okay?
Brooks did.